This is a special meeting of the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on December 14th at 5:30 p.m. Mr. Rustin, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Member Snyder. Snyder absent. Member Nee. Nee present. Member Cawthon.
He will be.
Member Cawthon.
Here.
Cawthon present. Member Manny.
Present.
Manny present. Member Washburn.
Here.
Washburn present. Member Costa. Costa absent. Member Wolf. Wolf absent. Member Chan. Chan absent. Member Johnson.
Here.
Johnson present. Member West.
Here.
West present. Madam Chair, we have 6 members. We have a quorum.
Okay. Member Snyder and Vice Chair Wolf have both indicated that they will be here, but they may be late. Vice Chair Wolf is currently stuck in traffic, and Member Snyder is at work. Member Chan has told the administrator that he has another event that he needs to attend. I don't know if it's a Bayview Merchant Association event. I don't know if the task force prefers that as an excused absence or just an absence. Member Nee?
Well, I'm curious to know really how necessary his attendance at that event is. I mean, does he hold office in that association? Is it necessary to the advancement of his career or his job? I mean, how necessary is it that he attend that at the price of his not attending our meeting?
That I do not know. Although I'm reluctant. I mean, I'm reluctant to make it myself an excused absence because of the number of complaints, and we had. I believe he had said that he could attend. I know it's the holidays, but when you have to make a choice that's not related to something essential that you're talking about, maybe they do have 2 before we notify anybody, and then 3. I don't know what the task force.
Well, I just want everybody to know that I am nobly giving up 2 Christmas parties tonight.
Thank you. In light of that, if there's not a motion to excuse Member Chan, we'll just list it as an absence. Okay.
I mean, I don't see why we can't excuse him. I mean, I would move to excuse him.
So the motion dies for lack of a second. Okay.
Madam Chairman?
Yeah, Member Nee?
Chair. Well, what about Member Costa?
I do not know about Member Costa. I haven't heard from him. He did say that he could attend, so we'll wait a few minutes and see if he arrives late. And then with the agenda, I believe we have now with us the supervisor of records, and I am interested in having the supervisor of records provide us, while she's here, maybe move it to the first item on the agenda and provide us with a brief summary so that we can ask her any questions. We've had it on the agenda, and this is our last meeting before the end of the year.
Madam Chair, I'd be in favor of moving that up on the agenda.
Okay. Is there any objection? Okay. It's procedural, so we don't necessarily have to vote. Is there any public comment on moving that to the first item on the agenda?
I'm sorry, just for clarification, what is the item number that you're moving and where to?
We are moving item number 18, the supervisor of records report, to the first item on the agenda while the supervisor of records is available.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Seeing none, Mr. Administrator, we will be moving we'll be hearing item 18 first, so if you could read the first item.
Yes, Madam Chair. Item number 18 is Supervisor of Records report to the task force.
Hi, welcome. You're Paula Jessen?
Paula Jessen, yes.
Okay,
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. And thank you very much for letting me go first. I appreciate it. This is a continuation of the usual procedure for the Sunshine Ordinance requires each year the supervisor of records to make a report, reporting on a year's worth of petitions to the supervisor of records under a provision of the Sunshine Ordinance that says if a member of the public requests a record and think a department is improperly withholding it, that they may file a complaint with this body, but they may also or file a petition with the supervisor of records, and the city attorney's office serves as supervisor of records. So each year our office compiles a record of a year's worth of petitions and the outcomes of those petitions. And this is the reporting period is October, that is before you tonight, is October 1, 2009 to September 30th, 2010. And the format is the same, it's been used in past years. I think this is about the fourth year that I've done it. I tried to make it a little more summarized so you could clearly see what the results of the decisions were, which ones were considered moot, which ones were affirmed, the decision of the department was affirmed, which ones the department produced the records. And the I'd be happy to answer any questions about the report, this year's report.
Member Nee?
Yes, Ms. Jessen, I'm just curious to know, is any decision issued by the supervisor of records during the period in question under court challenge? If so, which ones?
No, there were no. We've been asked by the task force to report if there were any court decisions issued in the year that made a decision on Sunshine, and there were none of those. Now, the only link to litigation that I can think of standing here is the first item on pages 1 and 2. Mr. Crossman requested copies of Ethics Commission complaints. That issue was in litigation not with Mr. Crossman, but with Mr. Grossman. And our office declined to render a supervisor of records opinion while the litigation was still going on. It was the same issue. And other than that, no, I do not believe any of the other items arose from or resulted in litigation after this year.
Were you done? Okay. I have a question about, there's one on here, and it's page 8 of your report. I don't know if you have it in front of you. The Brent Begin is the petitioner.
Yes.
In that, when I was reviewing these, I'm not sure I understand exactly why the police department thought it was not intended for public consumption, but I don't have a lot of facts because it's summarized here. But it says, your determination says denied because moot, the record was provided. You're not saying that you denied that the record was public. You're just...
Yes. What the decision means is that after the petition was filed, but before our office rendered a determination, the department voluntarily produced the record, and so there was no longer an issue to be decided because they complied.
So the denial isn't...
Denial is just on the grounds it was moot,
Okay.
basically meaning there was no grounds to grant it because it had become moot because the department had complied and produced the records.
And then I was curious, do you have an estimate of how many people request this kind of information from you, a determination of whether record's public?
Well, you can, in a year.
In a year.
Yes, you can see this year was this was 14 requests, I believe, I think I've numbered. This reporting period, there were somewhat fewer in past years. There's been, maybe more close to 20. This year was a smaller number. And the current year, we're already into the current reporting period, looks like it's going to be pretty close to this. So hard to tell if that's a trend or if it's kind of, if there's any reason that there's fewer. It's not a lot fewer, but some fewer.
So in total, you will receive maybe 14 to 20? That's it?
That would be the average that come to the supervisor of records, yes.
Do you, does I don't know if I should ask you this or the administrator, but whichever one of you might answer it, do you ever work together? I feel we've been inundated with a number of complaints, and I feel that some people may not realize that another option or a first option, because they can always file it again with us, would be to go to the supervisor of records. I'm not sure if that's something, do you ever get referrals from our administrator, or is that something that you could work on doing in the future just to help, expedite? Someone might have a simple request they don't realize is simple.
Well, I'll just make 2 points. One is that I believe occasionally I will get a call from somebody that says that the clerk of the task force suggested he call, but he can speak to you more often about that. I would just point out that it would only be on the issue of the public records. You do a broader role than the supervisor of records, but there's no formal process of coordinating. Okay,
but it's something that we might be able to send to you when it's simply a matter of whether it's public.
Yes, I suggest that what you do is let the complainant know that they can come, and then if they come to me, then it would be a case that we would look at.
And is there something on a website, or is there a procedure that we could direct the public to ask you, or is an email?
An email is sufficient, and there may be something on the city attorney's website. It's been too long since I've looked at it. I would guess there is. Why don't I look and email Mr. Rustum, and then he would have the reference handy. But also, all it takes is an email.
Okay. Does anybody else have? No? Thank you, and thank you for coming the previous times. I have a point of order for the former task members. Do we have to do any kind of an approval, or is it just that we've reviewed it for the supervisor of records? We can't really make a decision on whether we agree with the information or not, but
I'm not sure a motion is necessary. We could vote to accept the report, but I'm not sure it's necessary.
okay. Well, I would move that we accept the report. Second. Is there any public comment on the supervisor of records report?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. One, I would like to know why there are no copies of this report available for the public, and how we might get a copy so we know what you're talking about. And
it's in the agenda.
Oh, it's in the agenda?
Yeah,
okay.
It's item 18.
Okay, but I would like to get a copy of it. The second thing is was already answered by you, because I have no idea where you would direct such a report. And I'm going to, and I don't want to give Ms. Jessen a hard time about this, but my real belief is, or my perception, and this is certainly a personal one, is that the city attorney's office has been anything but helpful in matters of open government, whether it is public records or making public comment. And so I've kind of said to myself, gee, I don't know whether it really makes any sense to send it to the city's attorney's office, because every time I deal with somebody at the city attorney's office, their answer seems to be attorney-client privilege. And even when it's matters of sunshine, which the Sunshine Ordinance says, matters that are decided and advice that is given related to sunshine is not it is disclosable. And even on request to that matter, I've had them come back and say, no, this is attorney-client privilege. So in other words, what they're doing is giving advice to people relating to the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance and the California Public Record Act, and then saying that information is confidential, which I believe both of the laws say it's not. It has to be disclosed so you know what they're being advised in relation to these matters.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director and co-founder of Library Users Association. Once upon a time, when I was younger and dumb, or dumber, I asked the city attorney for a determination. It was my first and my last request. As far as I was concerned at the time, the city attorney stretched the office into a pretzel to come out with what seemed to me to be a predetermined answer, and that is no. And if you send people, if that's the same as they're doing now, I looked quickly through this. I did not have a chance to review in any detail, but I did notice that every single one of the ones that I saw were denied for one reason or another. Every single one. I'd certainly like to know if I've miscounted, and I'd certainly be interested in what the batting average is of the public at the city attorney's office, or if they just get squashed 100% of the time every year. The other thing that I found quite shocking at that time, and I've noticed in other reports, is the question of promptness. 8 days after I had submitted my request for a determination, I called up the city attorney back in that year, and they didn't even seem to have it. The person who was in charge that I spoke to said, "Oh, really?" He called me back and said, "Oh, it was somehow left at the front desk and we only just got it." And then I said, "Well, what about the time issue? I think it was 10 days. You know what the current edition is, and so does Ms. Jessen." And he just chuckled. He said, "Oh, we never make those deadlines." And so it was more than double the time of what's promised in the Sunshine Ordinance before the city attorney made its answer to my request. And that contempt for the timely requirements was quite shocking to me, and that was part of the reason I certainly determined I'm never going back there. And I would ask you to note and to request as part of the report, or look into and ask specifically what were the time ranges for the city attorney's response. I notice in one letter the city attorney says, your request of such and such a date is how it begins, and then there's an answer, and it's within a pretty short time. I noticed that at least one other letter says, for example, Ellen Tsang on page 136, "You asked the city attorney's office to assist you in obtaining a record," and so on and so forth. No date is given for when the request was made, and I would urge you to ask those questions because I would like to know if the city attorney has improved, at least in that regard, timeliness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Thomas Piccarello. I would concur with Mr. Hartz that if the task force is seeking meaningful public comment, they should provide the public with a copy of the report. In your packet, there is no copy of the report. So I really don't know what this gentleman is making reference to because I don't have access to the report, so I can't give any meaningful public comment. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. The task force has had the report on its agenda for a number of months, and we did not realize that the report was not, it's in our packet, so we didn't realize that it was not in the packet that is out on display. So I don't know if the members of the task force, we could, rather than accepting the report now, we could put it on another agenda for public comment if you want to make it available to the public, or I don't know what member Nee.
I have no problem with that, but I'm curious. Perhaps Mr. Rustin could explain why why the report is not available to members of the public right now.
Through the chair to Member Nee, the report is available in every agenda that has been posted since October of last year. I believe so.
Well, but it's not in the packet that's out there now on the table.
It is in the packet out there, Mr. Member Nee.
It is?
It is.
Can somebody look?
Let me check.
It would start on page 105. Okay, so the report is there, and it has been posted on our agenda for a number of months.
It's also posted electronically.
So
in the current agenda, the current electronic agenda, it is there. It's posted, part of the packet.
So the matters about the task force, we have a motion on the table to accept. Can you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. On the motion, Member Snyder? Yes. Snyder, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Cawthon?
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member West?
Aye.
West, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Madam Chair, we have 8 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Chair?
Member Nee?
Our acceptance of this report in no way would prevent members of the public from coming back at future meetings to deliver further comment, and we would be happy to hear those comments.
Yeah, we would appreciate the comments, because you can always do it during public comment for items not on the agenda, and definitely we will consider them. So thank you for coming. Okay, Mr. Reston, can you please call the next item?
Item number 2 is approval of the task force's annual report to the Board of Supervisors.
So I guess I should have mentioned this at the beginning of the meeting. The draft report that was in the agenda, I completed it, and so we have copies of it available. The task force may need a little bit of extra time to review that, or I don't know if you think that the supervisors of records report and the annual report, it would be great if we could deal with them at this meeting so that they could go out before the first of the year. But I understand if that's not necessarily possible. Now, we could move this this item to a little bit of a later time in the meeting, which would give us a chance to review it. Maybe we could have a look at it after a break, and it would give the public a little bit of time to review it. I don't know. Member Washburn?
Well, the next regular meeting of the task force is January 3rd, I believe. So I would like to continue this until January 3rd. That isn't that far away.
I don't think that's a good idea. This is already really late, but I understand if that's what we end up having to do. It's we have my concern is that we have, right off the top of my head, I can think of, we have 6 and 6 meeting was 12. We have about 18 pending complaints. So the more things we push off, the more difficult it's going to be. But Member Nee?
Madam Chair, I got about halfway through your draft, and there are a whole number of things that I just in the first 3 pages. There are a whole bunch of things here that I would like to see addressed, and I would not be comfortable moving this. And there are also, in other sections of the annual report, the committee sections, there are a number of things that need to be addressed, and I would not be comfortable moving this forward tonight.
Okay, well, the committee reports have been available since August and October, so that's separate. We could address that now if you wanted to, but I understand about the draft report. So, we can continue it to the 3rd, and it will be, if we could put that the first item so that it doesn't get pushed back any further than that.
So moved.
So is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there public comment on the motion to continue the annual report to the 3rd of January?
Thomas Pecorello again. From listening to the comments of Task Force Member Nee, it sounds then that the draft was like a one-person report rather than, it implies that the signatures would be Hope Johnson, Bruce Wolf, and Richard Nee, but apparently the 3 individuals didn't get together and do this draft. I think you should discuss it now. I really do. I don't see putting it off till January is going to be helpful. There's issues in the report that are troubling to some task force members. They should be discussed now rather than continuing them till January the 3rd. Thank you.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I hate to disagree with Mr. Pasquariello, but I think putting it off to the 3rd would be good. I think one of the primary reasons for this special meeting was to catch up on backlog of cases. We have a number of cases on the agenda. I know I have the 2 on my agenda. This is the 3rd or 4th time that I have been here to have these cases heard. And so I think just for the process of getting the public's business done, putting this, to the 3rd would allow you to move through and make sure you get through all the cases on the agenda tonight, and then would allow you to enter the new year without a serious backlog.
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. I would certainly recommend going with the motion, but you might want to expedite matters by asking certainly members of the Sunshine Task Force to recommend specific changes, specific wording changes, or whatever it is that they want, so that the public can follow it. It's a little disconcerting to see the same thing over and over again, and I believe that I have made comments previously, which I would certainly like to see carried forward so that I don't feel like, oh, geez, haven't I seen this before, and didn't I say something about it last month or 2 months ago? It would really be helpful and I think respectful of the public to look through your minutes or your tape recordings to find out whether the public has had previous comments. It seems kind of like raking the same stuff over and over again to keep coming back with it, and then without any memory, apparent memory, or indication of what happened with the recommendations or the suggestions that were previously made. I think that would be an approach that perhaps your administrator could help you with. With respect to the substance of it, I guess I wasn't sure that you had changed the meeting day to Wednesday, which is on page 8.
We're actually not, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the public comment is on the motion to continue it. We're not actually discussing the substance at this time. That's what the motion is about, whether we should discuss the substance.
All right. Will there be an opportunity to discuss any of the substance today?
Not today if we continue it.
Okay, well, I came ready to make a very few comments about the substance. So does that mean that the effort there is going to go down the drain And if I'm not here on the
Well,
3rd...
you yourself just said you prefer to continue it, so
Yes.
then we can't do both.
But the purpose is so that you can collect the substance of the concerns in an organized way from your own members as well as from the public. And for someone who might have come here with some suggestions or thoughts, to close that off, I think, is to close off public comment. I don't have that much to say about it, but this is another way of sort of dropping or dumping somebody who has something to say on the substance, and it was on the agenda. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, the matter's back with the task force. I will say that you have the draft, so you can send us through Mr. Rustem written suggestions. We can't continue it, and I mean we can hear comments on it, but if the members themselves are expressing that they haven't had time to look at it, so I'm not even sure that your comments would filter through properly or be meaningful to them if they're saying they haven't had time to digest it. Again, that's an issue that if we move it to the 3rd, and we can then at that time make changes if we have to. Hopefully it wouldn't mean that we would have to move it to the end of January because it's getting, it's already very late. But is that my understanding, that you want to have time? So if we have public comment about it now, do you feel like you wouldn't be able to properly, adequately address it, Member Costin?
I would be interested in if there is public comment and the members of the public who have comments to make don't feel like they would be able to attend the next meeting, to give them the opportunity to say what they are thinking, just so they have that opportunity.
Member Cawthon?
Yeah, I would just say that if someone has comments that they aren't able to make today, they could simply put them in writing and send them to the administrator, who could make sure that Chair Johnson sees them.
Okay. If we're not going to take any action on it and people haven't had an opportunity to read it, and then other members of the public might have had an opportunity to read it, then I'm reluctant to spend time just because we don't have the time to sit and hear them. We just don't have that much time. Can you call the roll on the motion to continue, and then I'll turn it in.
Yes, Madam Chair. On the motion, Member Snyder. Snyder, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Cawthon.
Yes.
Cawthon, aye. Member Manny.
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa.
No.
Costa, no. Member Member West.
Aye.
West, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Madam Chair, we have 7 ayes and 1 no. The motion passes.
Can you please read the next item on the agenda?
The next item is the approval of minutes from the October 25th, 2011 regular meeting.
Madam Chair,
Member Nee?
on the minutes for the October 25th regular meeting, there are a number of substantive questions that I have. I am not sure these minutes are ready for approval, quite frankly. There are some typos in here that could be fixed rather easily, but let me go over some things.
Well, do we have a motion to approve them so that we can discuss for purposes of discussion? Isn't that our normal procedure?
Well, or we could move to continue.
Oh. Okay. Is there a
I'd
motion
like
to continue for purposes of
I move
discussion?
to I move to continue the minutes to our January 3rd meeting.
Is there a second? Okay. And Member Nee, go ahead with your comment.
Okay, in item number 6, in the paragraph of containing the motion to refer Ms. Celaya, lines 4 and 5.
What
The
page?
end of that
What
paragraph.
page?
Hang on.
22.
Packet page 22. This is not packet page 22. Which set of minutes are we on here? Now this would be page 23. Packet page 23. The very top paragraph on page 23. Last words, 67.21E for failure to comply. Failure to comply with what? 6721E usually refers to failure to send knowledgeable representative. That's not what it says here. So I think that question needs to be answered. In item number 7 of the minutes, in the public comment section, Ray Hart's Director, San Francisco Open Government, said Ms. Gong. Ms. Gong is not previously identified within this item, and I think she should be. If that's the first reference, she should be identified. Same item, item 7, in the bottom, in the paragraph, Member Washburn, seconded by Member Wolf, amended the motion to refer Phil Ginsburg, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Official misconduct, Mark Buell and Olive Gong for violating 67.30C. 67.30C refers to responsibilities of the task force. So I don't see where Mr. Buell and Ms. Gong would be violating those sections. I think that needs to be reviewed. I don't think they could have violated it. Items number 9 and 11 were hearings into the substance of complaints, not jurisdiction. And then, again, there are some simple typographic or grammatical errors that also need correcting, but I won't go into those right now.
Okay, is there public comment on the motion to continue the minutes?
Peter Warfield, I'm not clear. I thought there's a motion to continue, and then you have the member make specific comments on the content, which is what you told me in the previous item wasn't supposed to be done. So I'm not clear what I can comment on now. Can I comment, as Mr. Nee did, on content?
Well, the difference is that the members were saying that they just received the new draft. These minutes have been similar to the supervisor of records, were posted online. They were posted more than 72 hours before our meeting, and Member Nee was giving examples of why we need to continue them. So there's a difference there between the reason for continuing. And if you're going to make, you yourself, they're saying they didn't have opportunity to review the draft annual report. So if you, again, it's a little bit difficult because I'm asking for public comment on the motion to continue. I'm not asking for public comment on the minutes themselves.
Okay, so if I were to frame my comments as reasons why you should delay this, you would find them acceptable.
Well,
that's what it sounds like.
Because, no, I'm not trying to make a game of words, but I'm also don't want to take up his time, so we'll give you more time. But my reasoning is because the members felt that they had no time to review a draft they just received, and this draft we have had. So if you would like to make suggestions so that Mr. Rustum might incorporate them, if that's something, that's fine, because everybody has had an opportunity to review this. I don't. We will again have to hear public comment on it because we're not going to vote on them or take action.
Well, okay.
So-
I
But
guess
please give him his minutes so that it's not.
I won't say much more. If you want to postpone them, fine. I did have some comments to make on the substance of these. Thank you.
Thomas Piccirillo. I'm in favor of the motion to continue the minutes. I appreciate the comments by Task Force Member Nee requesting that your minutes accurately reflect what has happened in the past. But you will recall that I filed a complaint against the clerk of the Board of Supervisors for not complying with the minutes pursuant to your ordinance, which was unsuccessful. Perhaps a further complaint would help resolve what seems to be a continuing process of your minutes not accurately reflecting what has transpired in your previous meetings. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing none. Member Neem?
Yeah, just one additional thing in item number 9. This is on page 24, again in the public comment section, second line. There is a first reference here to Ms. Casey, and again, she is not identified with any more detail than that in the first reference, and I think she should be.
Okay, on the motion to continue the minutes, can you please read the roll, call the roll?
On the motion, Member Snyder. Snyder, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Cotton.
Yes.
Cotton, aye. Member Manny.
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa.
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member West.
Aye.
West, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Madam Chair, we have 8 ayes. The motion passes.
Can you please read the next item?
Madam Chair, I do not have an attachment for the next item, which is approval of minutes for the November 29, 2011 regular meeting minutes.
Okay, as Mr. Rustum just mentioned, there is no attachment, so I'm assuming that we can't do anything with something that's not there. So is there a motion to continue this?
So moved.
Second.
Is there public comment on the motion to continue? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Can you please call a roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. On the motion, Member Snyder. Snyder, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Cotton.
Aye.
Cotton, aye. Member Manny.
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa.
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member West.
Aye.
West, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Madam Chair, we have 8 ayes. The motion passes.
Can you please read the next item?
Item number 5, Madam Chair, there's a typo in it. It should be file number 11008. The Compliance and Amendments Committee has recommended to the task force that both parties in 11008, William Clark against the Arts Commission, recreate in print the missing part in an audio recording of an Arts Commission meeting and make it part of the official meeting minutes.
Okay, I see that the complainant is here. Is the respondent here? Yes, okay. Just briefly, I wanted to let the other task force members know that the Compliance and Amendments Committee listened to the audio recording. This had come before us sometime previously, and we listened to the audio recording, and there was agreement at that time. Mr. Lazar was there, and he agreed that there was a section that appeared to be missing from the tape. So both parties are in agreement that the section is missing. As you can see, the Compliance and Amendments Committee recommended to the full task force that the missing part that both parties agreed on be made part of the official meeting minutes. So that's what it's doing here now. And you will have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make a few point out a few things. At the last meeting, Mr. Lazar was present, but he did not admit that the portion of the tape was missing until he was directly asked after his rebuttal by Task Force Member Wolf, I believe. And throughout this whole thing, he could have very easily volunteered that information to you and to me, including in his answer, his response to my complaint in the first time, and then we wouldn't have had to pull that information out of him. Throughout the whole initial hearings, he did not come forward with that information. In his response, he did not even admit that that portion was deleted when he had knowledge that it was deleted, and he even accused my brother and I of possibly having deleted that portion of the. If he said he made in his initial response a statement that if anything was missing, it was because possibly my brother and I had deleted it when we took the tape into a private room. So what I'm saying to you is and also at the last hearing, I reminded you that at a previous meeting, the representative of Mr. Lazar testified to you, and I believe he's here today, that he saw Mr. Lazar, that this was not the actual recording of the hearing, but that he saw Mr. Lazar make this copy, this cassette copy from a digital version a few minutes before the meeting. And at this last meeting, Mr. Lazar continued to insist that this was the actual tape recording of the meeting, and that he couldn't understand why his representative, who is here today, testified to you that it wasn't the actual tape recording. So although I agree with the motion to include this into this language into the minutes, I want to make you aware of two things, and that's one, that I think that Mr. Lazar deliberately withheld this information and was not going to even give you this information until he was asked, and two, that since last month, I requested a copy of the September meeting, and there's a portion of my testimony missing from that meeting, and that's a digital. And that was a digital copy, although that's not relevant here, other than the fact that for some reason, and it's a very relevant part of my testimony, which distorts the meaning of what I said at the meeting, that this practice is deliberate, and that I believe that this was official misconduct, that he did not present to you the document I requested, which was the actual recording of the meeting, and he continues to insist that it is the actual recording of the meeting, and you have his assistant here today who testified that it wasn't. So perhaps when he comes up to speak, you could ask him again if he witnessed Mr. Lazar making the audio copy that was presented you for this hearing. Because as we discussed at the meeting, he could not explain how this portion was deleted. I have no explanation for why it was deleted. And if my testimony is going to continue to be deleted from these official recordings and from the minutes of the meeting, I would like to put a stop to that. And the only way to do that is to have a charge of official misconduct for not responding by presenting me with the actual recording of the meeting. So I think it's very important that you consider the fact that you had two conflicting you had testimony from two representatives that conflict with each other, and that perhaps you could pass this motion, but also amend it to include a violation of refusing to give me the actual document, which is the original tape recording itself. Thank you.
Is there anyone present to present facts and evidence in support of complainant? Okay, seeing none, the respondent will have 5 minutes.
Sorry. I'm Julio Matos, representing the Arts Commission and Street Artists Program, Director Howard Lazar. As their representative, I was asked to deliver to you the following statement from Mr. Lazar relating to the recommendation of the Compliance and Amendments Committee. With respect to the recommendation of the Compliance and Amendments Committee, Mr. Clark is welcome to send me his suggestions for amending the minutes of the Arts Commission Street Artists Committee. I will then submit recommended minutes to the Street Artists Committee for its consideration and possible approval. I will keep the task force posted. The next meeting of the Street Artists Committee is in January. Sincerely, Howard Lazar.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of respondents? Okay, seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Nee?
Mr. Clark, please. You just heard the...
Excuse me, sir. For the record, I'm William Clark. I don't think I said that earlier.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Clark, you just heard the respondent or the representative of the respondent say
Right.
that you are welcome to submit suggestions for amending the minutes. Have you done so?
I have not yet.
Do you plan to do so?
I will, yes.
Okay.
But I will if he'll do that. But could I get that also put in on the recording? What if somebody wants to just hear the recording? That's all I'm saying. Could it be also verbally interjected into the official recording?
Well, but couldn't that be considered tampering?
Well, not if you're putting something back in that was removed.
How would it be if it was removed? How would it be put back in? By what means?
Okay, then perhaps I could also put in there and say something in the minutes that this was somehow deleted from the official audio recording, so that if it was put in the record, the minutes that this was deleted, and if you listen to the audio, you're not going to hear it.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Matos, please. Okay, you've heard the complainant, Mr. Clark, suggest that the missing section be put back into the recording. Is the technology available for that? I mean, could you go back, find out that what's missing, what's been deleted, what's been erased? Is there a way to do that and get it back into the recording?
You know what? I will actually have to talk to Mr. Lazar about that. Only because I don't know. I have not worked with the San Francisco Arts Commission since a couple months now. So
then why are you?
I work with them on a frequent basis, usually like a couple times a month. And this last 2 months I was on vacation, so I was not here.
Okay.
So I couldn't be able to answer this particular question. But I can actually definitely go back and actually ask Mr. Lazar about it.
Well, I'm kind of curious to know why Mr. Lazar sends somebody to our hearings who cannot answer questions. This is not a criticism of you, sir.
Okay.
This is a question about Mr. Lazar, and this is not the first time this has happened. He sends you here, you read a statement, you're here in good faith, doing your best.
Yes.
But my perception, and I don't think I'm alone in that perception, is that Mr. Lazar is not doing his best in this matter.
Okay.
And I'm very curious to know why Mr. Lazar, who is the named respondent in this matter, is not here.
And I have no answer for that one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I don't think that it's reasonable based on the Sunshine Ordinance to ask them to amend the recording because it's creating something that doesn't exist, which we are not allowed to do. Now, granted, there was no way for us to determine if it was actually erased, without having the tape and doing like a forensic style of the tape, but you would be asking them to create something that doesn't exist, which we don't do in the Sunshine Ordinance.
That's not my intent, and I'm sorry if I created that impression. My intent is to see if there's something that does exist that somehow got or that did exist that can be brought back.
I
no,
see what you mean.
I
You
don't-
mean if
yeah,
the
I don't
actual
want-
recording
no.
was in existence somewhere. I see what you're
What the
saying.
complainants are saying is that there's something that's been erased, and
And you wonder if that electronic erased piece exists.
that's correct.
Okay.
I'd like to see if there's a way of finding what was erased, and somehow bringing it back.
Okay, I understand. Member Snyder? Okay. Is there any additional? Member Washburn?
Seems to me what's reasonable here is for the clerks to, best of their recollection, reconstruct what was left out, and then send it to Mr. Lazar and have him look at it, and that they negotiate some final language and it be put in the written record of the minutes with a note that this has been reconstructed, that the recording, this part of the recording was accidentally erased or something happened to it. But I don't know that we can, as a task force, require or request this forensic investigation. I don't know about that.
Member Nee?
Yeah, Madam Chair, there was a woman in the back who stood as if she wanted to perhaps shed some light on the matter, and certainly, if you can, we're certainly happy to
Susan
hear it.
Pontius. I'm from the San Francisco Arts Commission. I'm not from the Street Artists Program. I'm here on another matter. But in regards to your question about whether the Arts Commission has any equipment to reinsert, we don't have anything like that.
Okay.
You were talking about a technical issue. That I can speak to. We don't have anything
Okay.
like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there is no additional discussion, I also just want to remind the task force that no order of determination exists in this case. It was because we were trying to hear the tape. It was forwarded to compliance and amendments to listen to the tape because we never got to it at the task force. So there was no order of determination. So we're not monitoring compliance. So at this time, the respondent and then the complainant will have 3 minutes for rebuttal. Okay, so let the record reflect that the respondent does not have a rebuttal, and so the complainant.
I'm Robert Clark. I am a complainant in this matter. I respect what you're trying to do, task force members, but I think my brother and I have proved without a doubt that this is not an accidental deletion. When we first found out that this portion of the tape was missing, we went directly to Howard Lazar's secretary and told her exactly what portion was missing. Mr. Lazar was told exactly what portion was missing. When he responded to our complaint here, he deliberately tried to make it appear like, first, this was the original unaltered version. Second, that I may be mistaken and be talking about a portion that was missing as a result of flipping the tape over, which was clarified that that wasn't the case. And third, he said that if there was a portion missing, it could be because my brother and I deliberately deleted that portion. And for all these hearings and all these responses by Mr. Lazar, not one time did he come forward in his answers and say, oh yes, the Clarks are correct, this incident did occur. And all the time that we stood up in front of you, you honestly, probably thought we may have been telling the truth, but we had no evidence to convince you until Mr. Lazar stood up at the last committee hearing, and when asked the question directly after he made his statement, in which he continued to say that the Clarks may be mistaken, that it was the portion that was flipped over. It wasn't until he was directly asked, Did this incident occur? He had to admit that it occurred. And I am saying that Mr. Lazar deliberately deleted this portion and has continued to send in his representative, hoping the item would be done over with before Mr. Lazar would ever have to appear before this committee. And the only time he reluctantly appeared before this committee, he reluctantly had to answer the question. He didn't freely do it of his own accord. An innocent man that was well aware of the fact that this was an accidental deletion would have immediately stated that in all his answers, that he was aware of what portion we were talking about because he was at the meeting and he had heard the incident occur. He would have immediately stated in his answers, yes, the clocks are correct, that did occur. Yes, I listened to the tape. It's not on the tape. I have no idea why it didn't occur, why it isn't on the tape. He would have done that immediately. But instead, we had to go through months and months and months of meetings, and with him putting representatives up that don't know what's going on, until finally he was forced to appear, and finally he was forced to answer the question because it was directly answered to him. I'm just requesting you amend this to send this over to the district attorney. This is willful misconduct and criminal misconduct on the part of Mr. Lazar.
Thank you. The matter is back with the task force. Member Costa.
I'm wondering if some members of the Compliance and Amendments Committee could sort of walk us through why there wasn't also a recommendation of finding a violation in light of the fact that there has been no order of determination yet on this issue.
A violation of
something?
Well, at the time we had the meeting, I don't know if other members want to chime in, but at the time we had the meeting, we were looking for a resolution once we found out that I have a different suggestion right now, which you may have the same one, I don't know. Now that at the time we were, I think, surprised in a way that they both agreed that the section was missing. It was kind of a surprise thing. So we were trying to come up with a remedy that would reflect the reality of what happened at the meeting. And it feels like at the time we may have just glossed over based on what, and now that's sitting in front of us. So you're right, probably there should have been partially a basis, which I think personally is going to be based in 6714C. Member Snyder?
I don't think I was at that Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting, but procedurally, if the Compliance and Amendments Committee was hearing it, it must have been hearing, it was hearing it based on a finding of a violation by the task force, no?
No.
So the task force had not previously found a violation.
Yeah, that is correct. We sent it to Compliance and Amendments for that committee to review the evidence on the tape because we were having such a hard time doing it here. I reviewed the tape myself at the time. This was back in January. Is that April? I know it was before I was chair, and I had taken the tapes home and reviewed them myself and could not, it's difficult to hear where the break is if you're not familiar. And so the full task force sent it to Compliance and Amendments with the sole purpose of listening to the tape. So that's part of the reason why we didn't necessarily make a recommendation about a violation. The conclusion of the task force was that both parties agree a portion of the tape is missing. And that's what was found of the evidence. That's what Compliance and Amendments concluded based on the statements of both parties. And that was directly from Mr. Lazar, not Mr. Mostos was not there.
In addition to 6714, sorry.
No, so go ahead, Member
14C, is that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
What about 6716, which would be pertaining to minutes, since it seems that this content is also absent from the minutes?
I don't know that it's absent from the minutes, but I'm assuming that it is. If one of the clerks would please approach the mic and make a statement related to that. I'm assuming it is because we had that discussion, but...
William Clark. Okay. Yes, it is missing from the minutes. You did not accurately reflect why you sent this to committee, however. The reason why you sent this to the compliance committee was because the representative of the Art Commission testified that it wasn't the actual original recording of the meeting, and you requested Mr. Lazar to bring the original recording of the meeting in because he testified that he saw the copy that you were given. He saw Mr. Lazar download from the electronic port one. So you asked him to ask Mr. Lazar to bring the actual cassette copy in for you to listen to that copy.
Okay, so I missed the idea that we believed at the time that what we were listening to was a copy. And so we wanted the compliance amendments to hear the original.
Yeah, the actual one.
Okay, but then at the compliance and amendments, Mr. Lazar represented that was the original.
That's right. Even though the person who gave you this cassette copy testified that it wasn't the original, that he saw Mr. Lazar make the copy that he gave to you, which Mr. Lazar is still claiming is the original copy.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, I'm not sure sort of what consequence it would play out in terms of violations, but it does seem at the very least troublesome to me that there was testimony made that it wasn't the original, and then testimony to the contrary. It seems to cast doubt on the intentions behind.
Let's ask Mr. Matos about that particular his testimony since he's here.
So based on the Clark's, Mr. William Clark stating that I did make the original statement that I made did state that I did see Mr. Lazar recording a tape. I don't know it was regarding this. So at the time when I made that statement, the statement was that I did see Mr. Lazar recording a tape off of a recording that he was listening to. Okay, so now, based on the meeting, that the Clarks also brought a witness at one of the meetings at this particular, 11007? They did bring a witness stating that they were actually at some of these meetings, the San Francisco Arts Committee, their monthly or meetings. I've never gone, so I've never seen them record it, how they record it. I said that I thought that they were recording it electronically. But when I found out that they are taping it audio-wise, I don't know anything other than that. That's what I wanted to clear up and clarify for you.
Okay.
Anything that you need to ask me right now? Or we also have one other witness here who's actually a part of the San Francisco Arts
Just in the interest of time, because we have a lot of complaints in front of us, I'm not sure that the original matters anymore since Mr. Lazar has openly admitted that section is missing. Now, there may be an original somewhere, but if I'm not sure how to assess whether the task force may address that. I'm not trying to cut it off, but there is an agreement that section is missing. Just keep that in mind. And that would, just another thing is that would go back to Member Nee's original request to determine if there is a backup file or something like that would contain it. Member Costa.
I mean, I understand and respect that, and I don't want to prolong the issue, but it does seem troublesome to me because I think it's very dubious that this was honest testimony from Mr. Lazar, because we understand the original excuse is that this happened when the tape that it was being recorded on was being flipped. So the original recording is made on a tape. Mr. Matos, many of us were at this meeting. I can't say with 100% certainty, but my memory is that he said that he was there when Mr. Lazar made this recording of a tape off of a digital recording and handed it to him. the recording that he had brought to this meeting, representing that this was the recording of the meeting's audio. So yeah, I don't know. I think that at the very least there are some doubts about the legitimacy of Mr. Lazar's testimony about this. I don't know how much further we can go, but I just think it's sort of worth noting.
Okay. Well, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to move that we find a violation of 6714C, because in there it says it requires all of the policy body, agency, or departments to audio or video, and it says it shall not be erased or destroyed. And then 6716 for failure to include it in the minutes. And 6721E for failure to send a knowledgeable representative. And that we request that the Arts Commission research whether there's an electronic backup of what both parties agree is missing, as well as working with the clerks to include something in the minutes.
Second.
Is there public comment on the motion?
Task Force members, Ray Harst, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I'm not really clear exactly what the section of the minutes versus the section of the tape are missing. If it happens that the same information is missing from the minutes as is missing from the tape, then that really stinks. And if it is a case of they record the meeting and then take the minutes from the tape, then it would be understandable, but it would substantiate the fact that if it's missing from the minutes, and that's where we take the minutes from the recording, then obviously when we messed up the recording, then obviously that left us in a problem with the minutes, and the minutes are now incorrect and haven't been properly. They aren't. And then another question rises: is did they approve the minutes? If they approved the minutes, knowing that there were missing sections of the minutes, I think that's another violation. And I have to agree with the clerks in the sense that if this is all true, there's something more than just a mistake. I mean, the whole issue of recording meetings, it's like you turn the machine on, it runs. If you need to turn it over, somebody should be smart enough to say, hold on a second, I need to shift the tape. You shift the tape, you start it again, and it runs until you stop it. It ain't that smart. Doesn't take a rocket scientist.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Thomas Piccirillo. I don't want to defend the Arts Commission, but what's on your agenda on this matter is the recommendation of your Compliance and Amendments Committee, which is to have the parties see if they can agree as to the missing parts of the tape. There's nothing on your agenda for you to make an order of determination now. Due process requires that both the complainant and the respondent have the opportunity before you make the order of determination. What's in front of you on this agenda item is the recommendation of the Compliance Committee. And I think that was a mistake. These parties have had a long history, as you know. And they probably can't agree what day of the week it is. So I think it was a bad recommendation by the Compliance and Amendments Committee. But in fairness to the Arts Commission, you haven't agendized the ability to make an order of determination tonight, I don't think. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
I just want to make a quick comment and bring this to the task force attention. Whatever motion that you put forth tonight will also impact the Sunshine Task Force, because I think when I was going over records, seems like June 28th audio file part of the audio file from this task force hearing was also missing, and the minutes has not been posted. So I think seems like the Arts Commission and Task Force in a similar situation. And the audio file I am talking about, it's under the audio archives, June 28, 2011. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Snyder.
I was going to say, I think Mr. Piccarello's correct. I think the agenda, although I think the evidence has been, sufficient evidence has been presented to the task force that it could make a decision and issue an order of determination in the abstract. Here, we have an agenda item which clearly says this is only about an agreement between the parties and what they're going to do. Because an order of determination or a finding of violation is an action of the task force, I think it needs to be, in order for us to properly act on that, it would have to be described as such in the agenda.
Yeah, I agree, and we've been through this a million times, and we agreed last time this happened to always put on there that we refer it back to the task force with a more broad thing and with a recommendation, but we didn't do it this time. And then just to address Mr. Song's point about the city agrees that there was a malfunction of the tape on June 28th, but the Arts Commission, Mr. Lazar, said there was no malfunction of their tape. And so we did talk about how that makes a good case for video recording everything, because then we could see. Mr. Lazar could not, he said he couldn't recall anything that had occurred, but that he wasn't near the tape, and he didn't know if somebody bumped it. He said that there was some faultiness with the tape recording, but they both agreed that nobody knew what had happened. In our case, everybody knew, and eventually the city department repaired that room. It was closed at the end of August for repair. Isn't that the same room, Mr. Estem? Yeah, to make a repair to that kept malfunctioning. So I will withdraw my motion because Mr. Piccarello is correct. And we will have to put this, unfortunately, I'm sorry, on a future agenda, although hopefully it won't be as lengthy because we've heard this testimony now. So is there a motion to continue?
So move.
Second.
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask if the second accepted my withdrawal of the...
Second accepts.
Okay. Can you call the roll on the motion to continue? Do we need to take... I don't have to take public comment, but I will take public comment on the motion to continue. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Can you please call the roll?
On the motion, Member Snyder? Yes. Snyder, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Cawthon?
Yes.
Cawthon, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member West?
Aye.
West, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Madam Chair, we have 8 ayes. The motion passes.
Okay, so this will be continued to the 3rd. We don't have anything saying. Then it'll be completely out. We are. I'm going to go to the. No, you can go ahead. I'm not talking. Let me go to the next item, and then we'll go back to that. So if you could read the next item.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I believe this would be the time for general public comment.
We don't have anything that says that. So that's what we're talking about. I would be taking
it is on the agenda as item number 17.
Oh, it
I believe.
does. Mm-hmm. Where?
Item number 17.
Yeah, but it doesn't say we're taking it out of order. So we were taking it. We normally have them at 5, but it doesn't say that.
Well, usually we have it an hour after we start.
Okay. No one's concerned that it doesn't say that on the agenda?
I was merely raising the issue. I'm happy to abide by the ruling of the chair, unless somebody wants to challenge it.
No, my only concern is we were just talking about this briefly. Is that normally it says public comment will be taken at 5 p.m. or as soon thereafter. Now we could make a motion to move that public comment to a different item, but I would, while Mr. Song and Mr. Hartz are here, I think it would be great if we could move forward with that particular case and then make a decision on public comment. Is that?
I'm fine with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. If you could read the next item.
Yes, Madam Chair. Next item is item number 6, file number 11071, determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Dennis Herrera of the City Attorney's Office for allegedly advising city departments to violate the Sunshine Ordinance.
So, I'm sorry.
I move to find jurisdiction.
Second. Is there public comment on jurisdiction? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Can we take jurisdiction without objection? Okay, so jurisdiction is found. Can you please read the next item?
The next item is file number 11071, hearing on the complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Dennis Herrera of the City Attorney's Office for allegedly advising city departments to violate the Sunshine Ordinance.
Thank you. The complainant will have 5 minutes.
Mr. Reston? Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director of San Francisco Open Government. The document that is being passed out to you now is really my case written down. It in some way replies to Mr. Song's letter to the task force, which is in the package. And it says that I say Mr. Song is rather selective in what he chooses to use in this because he ignores the fact that determination number 10025 was revised, and I think everybody on the task force knows the reasons for that. The first page really covers the two orders of determination, 10054 and 11054, and I think lists the pertinent sections of those orders of determination, in which both cases the task force has said that in the minutes means in the body of the minutes, and it has done so to prevent abridging public comment. Now, there are two things that I want to question in Mr. Song's letter. One is that it seems like both he and the Deputy City Attorney, Jerry Threet, are trying to say that what I'm trying to do is keep the city attorney from giving advice to city bodies, and I'm not. I'm challenging the specific advice he gave in this specific issue. And I think that is a very fair thing, especially consider this body is the one who, under the law, gets to decide what the Sunshine Ordinance means. On the second page, it goes to the answer of he charges that you changed your opinion. There was no opinion issued at any time prior to 10054, although there were several discussions, and there were discussions in the discussions of changing the ordinance in the future about having a appended being okay, that no time was there a determination saying that the appendage was an acceptable thing. And if you look at this, it also says that the city attorney is the one who changed his guidance in the Good Government Guide. The 2006-2007 guide simply lists exactly what's in the ordinance. The 2007-2008 guide adds it may be an addendum. So it isn't you that has changed your position. My position is your official position has been consistent throughout this argument. And then it goes down here to the middle of the page where it basically says what the task force found. And on the bottom of the page is my argument. The Attorney General of the state of California has said that to abridge public comment, there has to be a compelling state interest. At no time in any of the cases that have come before you has the city attorney's office presented anything other than simply stating the Good Government Guide says you can do it. And the bottom line is this is a free speech issue. What they want to do is they want to make sure that this extra protection provided by the Sunshine Ordinance, which says if I choose to, I can give a 150-word summary which will be included in the body of the minutes, I can do so. And after repeatedly seeing my comments abridged and changed and having the meaning taken out, I did so. But what they have done is things which is 2 steps over the line. One is they have appended it so it is out of context and much more difficult for anybody to be likely to read, and if they do read it, to understand it. And number 2, where it should appear in the minutes, they have put in their interpretation of what was said. Now, nowhere here did they answer the question, what is the compelling state interest? Why are they so determined to keep these 150-word summaries out of the body of the minutes? The only thing I can come up with is that they want to silence dissent. They do not want you, if you do not like the way they represent your thoughts, your political free speech, they do not want you to be able to get it into the official record of the minutes. They have not at any time presented any rationale as to why they are so determined to keep these statements out of the minutes. One thing I will mention also is that they have said, oh, you've changed your opinions, and it's based on a lot of the discussion that it's been held relating to changes in the future to the Sunshine Ordinance. And they seem to be working on the attitude of, oh, they discussed making changes, therefore they're stuck with it. Well, if that's the case, I'd take Mr. Song up on it and go out and hire yourself outside counsel and get the $50,000 that you've approved or projected there, because he's basically saying, don't enforce the law as it is, enforce the law the way you've proposed it to be.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of complainant? Seeing none, the respondent will have 5 minutes.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I will waive my opportunity to present at this moment. I will present my case during the rebuttal and the rebuttal section of the hearing proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Okay, seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Mr. Song, I have a question for you. Can you, I was looking for the specific, can you explain your statement that that the task force changed its position?
We believe hold on one sec.
I was looking for where exactly
sure.
It is in there, but.
I believe on January 25th, the task force issued the order for 10054, stating that the task force, and I quote, have found that the previous ruling of placing the 150-word statement as an addendum was acceptable if it was mentioned in the body of the minutes. So that's the timeline, January 25th, 2001. June 1st, our office advised the Library Commission, consistent with the ruling, that
Wait, can I stop you for a minute?
Sure.
That was not the ruling. Can you explain that was not the ruling was that it had to be in the body of the minutes.
Yes, and that was the August 23rd ruling.
No, we didn't change the ruling and the order of determination.
And then I'm quite confused. I also got a call from Mr. Rustin letting me know that the motion, the order had been changed, and
well, the order was changed, but that statement, the task force had found in a previous ruling that the 150-word statement as an addendum was acceptable if it was mentioned in the body of the minutes, was in the facts and conclusions, but it was not it was not in the findings.
Okay.
It was not what the order was.
Okay.
So the reason why we took that out is because it's not correct. Now, there was the only time the task force had addressed it, and I addressed this in the original complaint, that started all of this, that 10054, that the task force, prior to even before I was on it, one of their potentially proposed amendments was to have it as an addendum. But the full task, it was just one of the proposed amendments. So my question about this is that we did not rule that. There's never been a ruling or a finding that it was acceptable. And I went through every single order. I went through every order that the task force has ever issued personally. And they've never had that finding. And I think that the city attorney's office is questionable for an attorney to read that order and write this suggesting that that was the finding. And because it was very confusing, we moved that it was an erroneous statement. Now, I understand if the city attorney's office wants to take issue with whether that was an erroneous statement or not, but that was not the finding. And is the order of determination attached? Yeah, it is. If you look on page 44 of our packet, the decision and never changed. And so my other question would be, the city attorney is saying it has not changed its advice, but in fact it has. Now, I don't know that constitutes a violation of the ordinance because there's no case law or precedent about the minutes. But I wondered if you might be able to address, it might have been before you were there, the Good Government Guide's basis for saying that the statement is not an official part of the minutes. The Good Government Guide says, because the summary is not part of the official minutes adopted by the body, the summary may be included as an attachment. But the Sunshine Ordinance doesn't say that the summary is not an official part of the minutes. So I'm wondering what the basis is. I don't know if that's...
So sure, I will address Mr. Ray Hart's also accused the city attorney's office of violating 67.16, and here we're dealing with the minutes. The minutes, I think it states that the minutes should include, one sec. The minutes should include a brief summary, yada, yada. At the end, a person speaking during the public comment may also submit a brief written summary, no more than 150 words. So the question now is to the public and also to the member of the task force. So did the city attorney's office specifically instruct the Library Commission to omit Mr. Ray Hart's 150-word summary from the minutes? No, we did not do that. What we had advised, consistent with what we've been advising other departments, is that the commentators' summary should be included as an attachment to the minutes, but the rest of the minutes must cross-reference to that attachment so the readers know what is being referred to. While it is not, according to our interpretation, it's not required by the Sunshine Ordinance, the cross-reference will facilitate public access as to written summaries or comments. I think Mr. Ray Hart also, thanks to his dedication, persistence, actually brought up a very big issue with this particular section. And I think this is an excellent opportunity for the task force and to bring up this amendment to the Board of Supervisors, because right now the way it's read, yes, a city department or a commission can actually not take the city attorney's advice and place the summary, or, I'm sorry, the attachment somewhere in the minutes without cross-referencing. Section 67.16 does not specify on the attachment issue.
But my question is, this good government guide says because the summary is not part of the official minutes. On what basis is the city attorney, that's an interpretation that is inconsistent with the fact that it's in 6716 that the summary has to be included in the minutes?
Sure. I do not have, I am not, I did not memorize the Good Government Guide, and the reference material that Mr. Ray Hartz provided, I'm sorry, I did not see this before the meeting, so I'm not sure if this is
he took that from me, by the way.
Okay.
So that's what the Good Government Guide says now. You don't have to take my word for it. I understand that you were not looking at it, but
so I can't answer that question right now.
The only reason why I'm asking is that the implication in the city attorney's your response is that we changed our position, even though we've never made a ruling, and the city attorney's office has not, even though sometime between 2006 and 2007, the city attorney's, the Good Government Guide is the city attorney's advice. Generally, they made a statement to the departments that the summary is not part of the official minutes.
And I believe the very recent updated memo that was sent was what I had just read, that the commenter's summary needs to be included as attachment to the minutes, but the most important part that it needs to provide, the commission needs to, in the minutes, needs to provide cross-reference to the attachment, because there could be scenarios where the commission just randomly puts the attachment in the minutes where the public does not know what it's out of context. So here, the city attorney's office specifically addressed that issue, that it needs to be cross-referenced and it needs to be an attachment. But the city departments, commissions also has the right to not follow that particular advice. They can include it in the body. We're just saying the city attorney's office is advising that to be in compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance, this is one of the ways that you can include attachments and being compliant with the Sunshine Ordinance.
And do you think that interpretation, that you can attach it, even though it says in the minutes, that the overall goal of the Sunshine Ordinance is for it to be as much open government as possible?
Correct.
I'm not sure that those two things are consistent, although,
It is,
again,
sure.
and then also in your research, I'm not sure what you did. This may be broader than the complaint, but it's my understanding that there's not like a Superior Court, a actual case law that addresses this yet. Do you know?
No, I don't believe so, but also I think what we're dealing here with is the ordinance itself. The section is vague in terms of dealing with attachment, and I think this is an excellent and important time to address that from the task force.
Thank
because,
you.
I'm
sorry.
Because that's what we've been consistently advising the different city departments, that the cross-referencing is important. Finally, I just want to conclude, it would be illegal not illegal, but unethical for us to advise the commissions that it's okay to ignore, put it all at the end, and the public can find out, figure out themselves. That would be unethical.
Thank you. Is there, Member Costa?
I'm wondering if you can address what exactly is vague about the statement, any person speaking during a public comment period may supply a brief written summary of their comments, which shall, if no more than 150 words, be included in the minutes. No mention of an attachment. What is vague about that?
In the minutes, can it be in an attachment in the minutes or
No,
in the body of the minutes?
in the minutes.
Okay, but now we have two different interpretations. So the ordinance should specify So now we are up to two different kind of interpretations. We have interpretation number one, where it deals with, and this is why that we are before the task force today. We have interpretation number one, where addendums, attachments are part of minutes. But we also have interpretation.
Whose interpretation is that?
The city attorney's office.
And where is that interpretation coming from? What, can you explain the logic behind that?
Sure. What I just read to you, what you just read on section 67.16, dealing with the minutes, the 150 words should be included in the minutes. So are we saying that the attachment is not in the minutes, even though it has cross-reference? Yes, that is your interpretation, but different city departments in the past have interpreted that differently because it's not specific. So right now we're dealing with the format of the minutes. That is the question. How do we include the 150-word summary into the minutes? Should it be in the body of the minutes? If so, it needs to be specific. It needs to be specified here.
And the task force has been clear about the fact that it needs to be included in the minutes.
Right. It's not in the amendment.
I do want to just interject briefly.
I'm sorry, that's in the ordinance.
I'm sorry that the task force itself has interpreted it the way that the city attorney's office has too. That it was a different set of people, but they have actually, if you listen to recordings, and in fact, when I first started on the task force, some of the members were unaware that on the website, which we took down because when we went, it said as the proposed law that the attachments be allowed. So although this group didn't approve it, and we said that it's the reasonable everyday interpretation of in the minutes is what you're saying they are. I just want to remind the task force that they themselves have had that interpretation. I'm sorry, Vice Chair Wolf, and then Member Washburn.
So I don't have any questions for Mr. Song, but just for the rest of us, as far as I'm concerned, the word "in" means inclusive or including. It does not mean attachment or extraneous or extra or additional or anything other. And I think it's just plain English. And I think it's pretty clear in legal terms that the word "in" means in. It's inclusive. So I don't think there's much. I don't see there's any reason to belabor the issue much longer. I think we've been round and round on this several times, and we've decided what it should be, and I think that's what we should rule on. I think the opinion or the advisement that the Good Government Guide provides is just I think it's universal. In that it's provided to everyone in the city to follow. And if the city attorney is going to say, well, we're not telling them directly what to do, but you make it a guideline that this is the way it should be, to me, that's telling people what to do. It's just like the Department of Justice telling people with disabilities that now there's a guideline that says that all service animals should be dogs and miniature horses, or the National Transportation Safety Board telling people that it should be against the law not to drive while talking on the phone or texting or what have you. But there's no law. It's just an advisement, and it's their opinion, and no state or lesser needs to obey it unless they adopt it. So as far as I'm concerned, our interpretation is correct. I think we've been round and round on this. The word "in" is in. It needs to be in the minutes. An appendix is an appendix, extra, attachment, extra, and it's not inclusive.
Member Washburn and then Member Snyder.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of principles here. One is common sense, which would suggest that 150 words, I mean, it's specific in the law. 150 words is a brief statement. It's a little paragraph that you can insert in the minutes without impeding an understanding of what took place in the minutes, or what took place in the meeting. So, it's a good number to state, to have something that's should help whoever's reading them understand what took place. If something's longer, like what Ray Hart's handed out to us, this should not be in the minutes. It's too long. It should be attached, and then there should be reference. Cross-referencing is a great idea, and I think that the city departments and commissions should do that. This could be an attachment. And way too long to be in the minutes. 150 words is just the right size, or something shorter, up to 150 words. So that's kind of common sense. But the more important principle here is that when we're reading the ordinance, and when the city attorney is reading the ordinance, the general principle should be that you interpret it in such a way that it provides the greatest access to the public, the greatest freedom to the public, the greatest protection to the public. And so if you read this in that spirit, then you come up with what common sense tells you, and you come up with what the spirit of the law is, which is, for these small statements, put them in the minutes. It's not going to affect the reading of the minutes. And if it's longer, it goes in an attachment, and you just say, see attachment so-and-so. I think it's a pretty straightforward matter, using common sense and using, good government, sunshine thinking.
May I address Member Washburn's comments? Sure. Common sense may not provide consistency, which we've seen today. The task force, a few classes ago, I believe back in 2005, I think Chair Johnson said that, yes, the task force did agree with the city attorney's interpretation. The attachment, addendum, could be included with the cross-referencing.
But wait, they didn't say they agreed.
Okay.
They had a discussion.
Sure.
About it, but there was no ruling on it. No, it wasn't even on an order of determination. It was discussing amendments to the ordinance.
Sure.
So there was no finding.
For a public,
Yeah.
Thank you for addressing that. In situations where there's public hearing, there are 100 people lined up to address their 50 word or less. To attach that, to include that in the body of the minutes would be tiresome. These happens often for planning commissions. What we're trying to do here, the city attorney's office is advising the different city departments with consistency. If a member of the public understand, if their comments, I should look at the cross-reference and the attachment, there's consistency throughout, and that's why we won't be in a situation in the future. So I just want to address that. So if we do find a finding or solution, I really hope the task force move forward and make the right amendment to the Board of Supervisors to address the specific issue on this section.
Member Snyder?
I think it's important we keep our eye on the ball here. There's really no dispute that we interpret this provision differently than the city attorney's office. We think the task force has decided that in the minutes means in the body of the minutes. The city attorney's office thinks that an attachment is acceptable, and that can be in the minutes. The question we're addressing here is whether it's a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance for the city attorney to advise city departments that way. And to answer that question, I think we have to look at 6721I and the language of that, which is laid out on page 103 of the packet. I'm sorry, that's the last time this was addressed. It's on page 37 of the current packet. So in 6721 is 6721 generally is process for gaining access to public records. 6721I says the city attorney's office shall, skipping over the first half, shall not act as legal counsel for any city employee or any person having custody of any public record for purposes of denying access to the public. So the question is, has the city attorney intentionally and willfully, or with the purposes of denying access, decided to advise city departments that it's acceptable to attach these statements rather than actually insert them in the body of the minutes? And I don't see any evidence that that's the case. I think the city attorney's office opinion is a good faith effort to advise departments as to how to comply with the ordinance. We disagree on what the ordinance says, but their interpretation is a reasonable one. It's one that we've deliberated on ourselves. It's one that Terry Frank of Californians Aware agrees with, that in the minutes can mean as an attachment. I think that's incorrect, but I myself debated in my own mind whether an attachment can validly be in the minutes. And I don't think it's an unreasonable interpretation of the ordinance for the city attorney to conclude that in the minutes means attached for the comments. Be that as it may, we accept, I think we have to just accept that our interpretations are different. But is that a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance for the city attorney's office to advise departments that in the minutes means as an attachment? I don't think so. I think that they're wrong, and I think we ought to encourage them to change their opinion, but I don't think they've violated the Sunshine Ordinance by so advising.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Well, my concern about that is that if they issue an advisement or an opinion that is to be made public as a way to provide guidance for every single person in the city, like they can't represent a particular employee. So when they make their opinions, they're to be global. They're to be, this is like what we feel is the rule of the land. And so my concern about that is if they're putting forward a incorrect interpretation of a particular section of the code, and that is what everybody's following, then you end up putting those people in liability of violating the law because they don't know. They're relying on the city attorney's interpretation. Now, my concern about what Mr. Song had said with regards to it being unruly if you had hundreds of people, like during budget time, you got lines running up and down the halls for public comment. Everybody submitted a summary, a written summary, that he says that it's unruly. I don't see it being unruly at all. If you put it somewhere else in the minutes and you try to reference it, city attorney doesn't provide any guidelines on how to make that reference. What size type should it be? Should it be bolded? Should it be italicized? Should it be a different color? On and on and on and on. The ordinance is very clear that it says it should be included. Now, when there's any documents, as we look at our own agendas here today, any documents that are in reference to a particular item, they're put all together in the same place. They're in line. And when you read the minutes, anything that happens in the meeting is in line. As long as it's in line, there's no chance for anybody to miss it. So inline is best rather than being random because we have varying styles and thoughts and interpretations of the city attorney's guidelines by any individual, including those that are maintaining the minutes for those boards and commissions. So I see that there is cause for the city attorney to be able to be steering people in the wrong way, and they are advising them in the wrong way. Now, whether that's a violation of 6721I, I'm not sure about that particular section, and I'll need a moment to think about it if there is some other section.
Member Costa?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure about that either. You know, I also I don't necessarily believe that the city attorney is providing this advice, with the willful intent of, or for the purpose of denying access. However, in practice, time and again, what we hear from respondents is, oh, this is what the city attorney advised us to do. This is why we're doing it. The city attorney told us this is what we should do.
And sometimes they portray inaccurately too. So,
but granted,
yes.
But also,
excuse me. Point of order. I don't think Mr. Song or any party in interest or member of the public should be up there interrupting when we are deliberating. Mr. Song, could could you be seated, please?
Yes, I'm sorry.
There are also plenty of occasions where I believe that a respondent actually is following the advice that they have received from the city attorney, and if the city attorney is advising city agencies in a manner that we believe to be in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, in effect, they are causing violations of the Sunshine Ordinance. It is not them who are incorrectly producing minutes, but they are effectively doing so. I think that there is potentially a violation on the table here. I don't know. I don't know what. I'll agree with Member Wolf. I don't know if it's 67.21I, but it seems like we would be setting a bad precedent by letting them off the hook here. I don't know. How do we expect any sort of enforcement of this section? This minutes section.
Well, if I could just address that. Back in July, I was supposed to write a letter to the city attorney's office requesting that we try to come to some agreement on this. But part of the problem at the time was that it was basically a they say. So I didn't have all of this background. I hadn't gone through all of the orders. I didn't know all of this information so that we could have a good, solid argument instead of just we think this. Now, the hard part about it for me, and it was originally in the 10054 against the Library Commission, was that we had up on our website for a really, really long time, like 2 years, that we were going to propose that an attachment was okay. And because usually we interpret the ordinance, but ultimately it's the courts that take legitimate precedent. We're interpreting it. We're not a judge or issuing an order. So that makes it difficult for me to say that their advice and their interpretation is in violation. Therefore, we would have been proposing a violation. Now, I would like to see us come to a solid, policy stance on it with all of this background information, and now take this and confer with the city attorney's office all of this information to see if we can, because I think the strongest argument is what Member Washburn said directly, and what other people have been saying, is that it does violate kind of the spirit of the Sunshine Ordinance. But one of the things that I feel that the task force, in order to solidify it, to what it does, because sometimes we're unpopular in the city departments because we're making them be accountable, is to be consistent and to make sure that everybody knows ahead of time exactly what we have in mind and exactly what we're interpreting it as. And because that was up on the website for 2 years, our own proposed amendment was going to be that. Now, nobody ever voted on it, and the task force never submitted it to anybody. It was never a conclusion or a finding or anything like that. But it was posted up there for comment, so the public could see what we did. So to find them in violation is, now that we have more background and we vetted it, I think it's time to have a conversation about this, as opposed to an immediate violation. I think that in the future, perhaps the city attorney's office, DCA Threat did this. DCA Threat's memos used to not say this, but once we became very solid and we did the research, he now indicates in his instructional memos that there is a dispute between the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and the city attorney's office on the interpretation. And I think that going forward, if the city attorney's office doesn't advise their clients of that, then that might be remiss. We interpret it this way, but the body that is going to oversee it does not interpret it that way. Member Costa.
But I don't believe that this is the first time it's being brought to the attention of the city attorney's office. And I think that, this is, I understand your point about the fact that there was something on the website 2 years ago, but that's not something we have control over now. It's not, I wasn't here 2 years ago. I had several other members. I don't know how many of us were involved at that point. What is clear is that, in recent task force history, the past, several months at least, where we've considered this issue several times, we're very clear on the fact of what the interpretation is. And I think, exactly as you said, we need to be consistent. And one of our jobs here is to document when something is not complying with the Sunshine Ordinance. And I think the fact that the city attorney is continuing to give out this advice is a violation of that. And I think we need to continue giving our consistent message. And I'm all for, it doesn't have to be a hostile act. I think I'm all for, having the conversation that you're talking about. But I think that we're not maintaining our consistency of interpretation if we don't indicate that this is some sort of violation.
Member Wolf?
I agree with you, Member Costa. But it doesn't have to. It could be a statement. I think that's what's important here. One thing I do want to say is the argument around whether the city attorney should be or should not or should be prohibited from advising. I think that's kind of a incorrect statement with regards to the ordinance, because the ordinance is specific around should not act as legal counsel for an individual. And we've held that to be true, and we've actually adjudicated on those issues, and where those issues have come up, where it was found that advisement to an individual that was had a complaint of violation against them versus an opinion or an interpretation or a guideline that is presented publicly for the entire city family to enjoy. So I'm not so clear. I'm not supportive of the point that that has been made in DCA Threat's memorandum with regards to prohibition of the city attorney from being able to represent. I don't think that's what's before us here today.
Okay. I think that we have definitely gone over exactly what the issues are. So in order to move along our meeting, I would like to hear from the rebuttals from the complainant from the respondent and then the complainant. So the respondent will have 3 minutes. Okay, so just to make sure the record reflects that the respondent has stated that he does not at this time have a rebuttal and has already made his statement. So the complainant will have 3 minutes.
Again, Ray Hartz, one thing I will say that I do see this as an issue of a violation by the city attorney is because the reason that other bodies are ignoring your determinations is because the city attorney is telling them that it's okay to ignore it. He basically just says the good government guide is more correct than the orders of determination of the task force, and he's basically just saying, yeah, you can do it with no harm. Another thing is censorship is the suppression of speech or other public communication which may be considered objectionable, harmful, sensitive, or inconvenient to the general body of people as determined by a government media outlet or other controlling body. They're the controlling body, and they are deciding that certain people saying certain things shouldn't be allowed to get those statements, those political free thoughts and speech actually into the minutes. And another example, this is most recent. This is a November thing from the Ethics Commission where they have my statement as an attachment preceded by this. This summary statement was provided by the Speaker, Ray Hartz. The content it is neither generated by nor subject to approval or verification of accuracy by the Ethics Commission, which is a disclaimer. And it's basically saying we didn't approve of Mr. Hartz's speech. Now, how much more egregious could that be? We don't agree with what he said. He may be able to say it. We may be able to not stop him to say it, but we'll make damn sure it never gets in the official record. And that's the one question that I asked you before to ask them. What is so important to them to keep this out of the body of the minutes? You know, I heard this thing about Mr. Song says it's unruly. Well, the law, especially the Brown Act, says it has to be a compelling state interest to deny access. And that's what they're doing. They're denying members of the public who disagree with the way their expressions are being made, are being represented or misrepresented in the body of the minutes. And that's what makes it censorship. When they take what I say and what I wrote about what I said, put it somewhere else, and say, instead, what we're going to do in the minutes is we're going to tell you what Mr. Hartz said. And Mr. Hartz has no option but to live with that. But the bottom line is the city attorney is continuing to advise agents, all these bodies, that it's okay to ignore what the clear wording of the law is, and it's okay to ignore the findings of the task force. So basically, if you tell the city attorney that, well, this isn't really a violation, it may be a nice get along thing, but it just gives them the permission to continue to just tell everybody that if I come before you and get an order of determination, they're just free to ignore it.
Thank you. Mr. Hartz, what did you read from that said that qualifying statement was out of the minutes?
This is the draft minutes for the San Francisco Ethics Commission for November 14, 2011. But every single body, especially the Library Commission, uses a similar statement, which basically says we have not approved this. And I don't know when this country got to the point where free speech became subject to the approval of a government body. It's supposed to be free speech, and it should be where it belongs in the minutes. I said it in the minutes. I said it at that point in the minutes. And the simple fact is they don't like it. And the Library Commission, in particular, has come here before this body and said, we don't like what he says.
What does it say in the spot where your public comment was?
I'll be honest with you, I don't think it does.
Okay. Well,
and again, that was something that the city attorney just added in, I think, to deal with this issue of saying, oh, well, if they put it in the minutes, and then they try to portray it as, oh, well, we're being really generous by saying that if you note it in the minutes and then put it somewhere else, that it's okay. But to me, it's like a footnote, and in fact, it's not even a footnote on a page where somebody can look to the bottom of the page. It's, okay, you have to rifle back to all the documents that are attached. And we talked earlier, Member Washburn mentioned the fact that, if it's a 3-page letter, how many communications are attached to minutes typically where these things could get lost in the shuffle? And there's absolutely nothing to keep the body from saying, I don't like what this guy says. We'll put it as an attachment, and we'll just lose it in the 30 or 40 other pages of attachments.
Thank you. Member Nee, did you have? Okay, matters back with the task force. Vice Chair Wolf.
Mr. Hartz, you brought up something that was, to me, non sequitur of the case. The case is about whether the advisement of the city attorney in toto is causing people to be in violation. If I heard correctly, what you're saying here right now is that they're directly telling people it's okay to do that and do it, and even if you violate the law, it's without reproach. Is there any evidence of that? And if so, that's a completely different issue.
Yes, there is.
Where?
Deputy City Attorney came to the Library Commission meetings after your determinations and said the City Attorney stands by its recommendation and that the putting these as attachments is perfectly permissible. And you can and now, do they ever come out and say, yes, you can ignore the law? Well, they're not dumb. But that's basically what they're saying.
But you made that statement. You made the statement that they're basically telling them, or they are telling them, that they can violate the law. You said it as a matter of fact.
Okay, what does the law actually say?
Okay, we cannot have this discussion right now. We have a lot of complaints coming up. So if it's that's a long discussion of whether or not, I mean.
Well, it changes the nature of his argument.
Of this complaint?
Of this complaint. He's making an allegation that the city attorney's office is in direct violation of 6721I because it's telling people that it should violate the law, violate our interpretation of it. And I haven't seen any evidence of that.
I did not say should, I said can. They can violate the law.
Point of order.
I'm sorry. Renee?
I mean, I keep hearing we're referring to the Good Government Guide. That's what I'm hearing, and that's what I'm reading throughout this case. But those kind of statements, which are very direct and are saying that they're telling people, directly ignore them, that they went to the Library Commission and told them that they could do it this way or do it that way, that changes things.
I don't think that's that much different from the advice. They're advising them that they can do it, and we're saying that we cannot. And so the issue is still whether their interpretation is interpreting it in that way a violation.
Well, action, it's one thing to send out a memo or a guideline. It's another thing to go up to somebody or attend a meeting in a public forum and say something, or to tell them privately that you can do this or do that, this or that. That's what 6721I is talking about as far as representing specific individuals versus sending out a Good Government Guide, just a global opinion.
Well, you're still having the argument of whether they're doing it to deny access.
That's right. So we're talking about whether there's an actual violation or not. We just got through talking about that we should make a statement about it in relation to the Good Government Guide. Now we're talking about whether they actually physically...
No, this has not been only about the Good Government Guide. This was never only about the Good Government Guide.
Okay.
Member Costa?
I think we have seen testimony on several occasions that a respondent has sought the advice of the city attorney, and that advice has been given to them.
Right. So, is there a motion?
I'm confused because I don't know if I feel comfortable making a motion for 67.21I. It seems honestly more to me like a violation of 67.16, but I don't really know, because it seems like what they're doing is by proxy of giving this advice, or by way of giving this advice, violating 67.16.
I personally agree with you, and I agree with you based on the fact that usually when you go to judges' decisions, people that interpret statutes, they tend to favor the plain language as it would be understood by a person of reasonable intelligence, and in the minutes makes no reference to the attachments. I mean, you could say it could be in a balloon because a balloon isn't named in there, but we're interpreting words. So yes, I agree with you. But again, as Member Snyder discussed, are they doing it to deny? And what would we be? The minutes are not their minutes, and there's nothing in 6716 that's saying that you can't advise differently. So I'm not exactly sure where to go, although definitely we need to incorporate the previous letter that was supposed to be written for 1005 to summarize all of this and request a response from the city attorney. Particularly, I would like an attorney to tell me on what basis they're saying that the summaries are not part of the official minutes. There's just nothing in there that says that. So if they're changing that, as Mr. Song represented, I don't know if that sentence will be in there or not. But there's a number of things now that we've put out there. Again, we will continue to find violations if the minutes don't have the summaries contained within the body. But maybe Member Snyder might want to address whether there could be a violation of 6716.
Right. Yeah. I think 6716 is directed to instruct agencies about how they're to prepare their minutes and how they're not to prepare their minutes and what they need to do in order to prepare their minutes. And we're not talking about the city attorney's office preparing minutes. We're talking about the city attorney's office giving advice. I think the task force, if it decided to, could interpret 6716 very broadly to mean to include advice about the topic of 6716. But I'm personally not comfortable reading it that broadly, and it seems to me that it's fairly specifically targeted at departments and the way they prepare their minutes and how they go about disseminating those minutes.
It strikes me as not terribly dissimilar, though, from, if there is an employee of an agency who is in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, but it was, it's the department head or the managerial position's responsibility to be overseeing their compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance. And it seems, it's tough because it's not laid out explicitly in the ordinance, but it seems to me like the city attorney really has a similar kind of responsibility to be directing and advising people who seek its advice correctly. I guess at the very least, I would really like to see us issue a statement that it is our opinion that by giving this advice, the city attorney is encouraging people to violate the ordinance, and perhaps issue a memo to all heads of agencies letting them know that.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
That's a great idea. Vice Chair Wolf, if I could just, a non sequitur, the city attorney's office is filming the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, which is more evidence that all of the commissions need to be videotaped. So I just want to point that out. Okay, Vice Chair Wolf?
Yeah, I'm just rereading a section of DCA 3's interpretation here. I think if you look on the bottom paragraph, page 35, I think that speaks very well of it. I mean, all the paragraphs before that just basically reaffirm that it's the job of the city attorney to advise the city on what it should or shouldn't do. But in this last paragraph, it makes it pretty blatantly clear that in the attorney-client relationship, the client has the expectation that the attorney is providing them with skilled, reasonable legal services. okay, and that there are very limited, narrow areas where the attorney may veer off of that.
Okay, but remember that the Sunshine Ordinance had posted on its website a proposal that it might be okay to attach them.
It's just a proposal.
But I think that's very relevant here. I think we have to take responsibility for,
I disagree. It's a proposal. I've not been party to the discussion around that. It's a proposal that has not gone before debate.
I agree
and it's
with
not,
that.
and it's just discussion. And this is part of the problem here because the city attorney and others have taken what we have discussed in just regular debate right here as gospel.
I agree with that.
And that is incorrect. So until something has been acted upon, nothing is real.
I agree with that.
So with regards to this last paragraph, what I find is very compelling to me is that one line, it says, an attorney may breach the standard of care owed to the client if she fails to inform the client fully about its rights and the alternatives available to the client under the circumstances. Now, when the city attorney says, well, we're not quite our interpretation of the law is this, but you could find remedy elsewhere. Is it saying that? Do they advise on that? That to me becomes the issue. If they say, this is our interpretation, do it this way, even though it may be a violation, nothing's going to happen to you. Okay. That's different than saying, this is what we advise, but other people do it differently.
Okay, can we let Member Cawthon speak, and then we have to,
now
to make a decision.
the item on the website, is it still there?
No, we
Okay.
took it down.
Because I've been on this body for 8 to 10 years. I recall no discussion of this matter, nor do I recall any putting it on the website.
The Ethics Commission has a transcription of you making the statement.
Of me?
Yes. It was only a discussion. It was not a finding, and it was not a ruling. But it's in the Ethics Commission issued a 143-page response to 10054 that we will put on the agenda. And I have not personally listened to it, but they took the time to transcribe it. So we need to go back and review that. So I'm just letting you know, because it's
all
out
I
there.
can say is that I don't recall this body saying that it would be a good idea to do it that way, including what you are alleging that I said.
I'm not alleging it. The Ethics Commission is, but I want to let you know that I'm not. I'm telling you that I personally did not hear it, but that is on the Ethics Commission's in their response.
Well, in any event, this body did not take any action regarding this
It's
matter.
absolutely true. So if we need to make a decision and move on to the next cases. Member Costa.
Could I make two motions and split them?
I don't know. What are
The
what do you mean
motion
by-
would be one, that we issue a statement of the nature of what I said earlier, that it is the opinion of the task force that by giving the advice that statements may be attached to minutes, the city attorney's office is essentially advising its clients to violate the Sunshine Ordinance, and also issue this memo to all the city agencies. So that would be one. And the second one would be that we find violation of 6716.
So you want the two to be
Separated.
So let's take one motion at a time. Let's take the motion to prepare a memo with our position and distribute it to the departments. Is there a second?
I second.
Is there discussion on the motion? Is there public comment on the motion?
Thomas Piccirillo, could you repeat the motion?
Sure. Essentially, to say that it's the opinion of the task force that by giving the advice that public comment can be included as an attachment to minutes, the city attorney's office is encouraging anybody to whom it gives that advice to violate the Sunshine Ordinance, and also to issue this opinion as a memo to all of the departments.
Okay.
Could I?
Thank
I'm
you.
not sure that I understood it to be that we're. I'm sorry, Mr. Piccarello. I'm sorry. I just want to be. I'm not sure that I understood the motion to be that we were going to say that they're encouraging them to violate 6760.
It would. We. Sorry.
Because I feel like that's imposing intent
Sure.
upon
We interpret that advice as advice to violate.
that advice violates our interpretation of the
That acting on that advice would be in violation.
Okay. So if we could restate it for Mr. Piccarello, and then
Sure.
you'll
Okay.
have your 3 minutes. Do you need it restated, or you?
Pardon me?
Do you need it restated?
No, that's clear
Okay.
enough.
Okay.
I'm opposing the motion. Many of us believe that the city attorney is anti-sunshine. Unfortunately, your ordinance does not provide for a violation when the city attorney disagrees with the orders of determination by the task force members. In theory, the city attorney should not disagree with your opinions because you're relying, again, hypothetically, on deputy city attorney's legal advice. That raises another issue, and that is, should you be getting a deputy city's attorney's opinion regarding this issue now when the city attorney is a respondent? More troubling, though, your report to the Board of Supervisors is totally absent regarding the discussion about the disagreements between the city attorney's office and the Sunshine Task Force, and it should be included in that report. But I agree with Member Schneider that the ordinance does not provide any remedy when the city attorney disagrees with the task force. And I think that's because they are assuming that you're relying on the city's attorney's legal opinions before you make the orders of determination. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on the motion?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association. With respect to the motion, I would say okay, but I think that it is jumping to a solution without having a step back on the overall discussion that you've had. And I would just say that it's not strong enough because it should be a finding of a violation, and that you could and should certainly send around. So I'd like to discuss some of the things that I've heard here and some comments about those. First of all, I have a good government guide if Mr. Song would like to have a look at it. He has provided me kindly with this copy, but unfortunately there's no supplement apparently. First of all, I want to thank the chair very much for a tremendous research effort and her willingness to contradict the city attorney on the facts, which the city attorney has misrepresented regarding what the Sunshine Task Force has found previously. There was not a finding that 150-word summaries are okay. It was something that was incorrectly put into a memo and that the task force specifically took up as an error and essentially repudiated. I want to thank Member Washburn for her understanding that interpretation should maximize the public's access. I think Mr. Song at one point said to include these things in the minutes would be tiresome, and I thought that was interesting. I didn't know that it was the purpose of sunshine enforcement to be tiresome or not tiresome. I think there's really been a big misinterpretation of the law with respect to purposefulness. The city attorney and your attorney have said that, for example, your attorney says, is the purpose of the advice to prevent access by the public? And I don't think that's what Section 6721I means. San Francisco City, and I'm reading from 6721I, the San Francisco City Attorney's Office shall act to protect and secure the rights of the people of San Francisco to access public information in public meetings, and shall not act as legal counsel for any city employee or any person having custody of any public record for purposes of denying access to the public. My interpretation of that is not that the city attorney has to have a motive or a purpose of denying the public. It's that the department or the city employee acting on behalf of the department has a purpose of denying access. And that purpose of the department should not be something that the city attorney assists. Now, I certainly think that the Library Commission, which has exactly the same, as I recall, wording, approximately, if not exactly the same wording that Mr. Hartz referenced, it ghettoizes the public comment and thereby makes it much less accessible. It doesn't matter what the purpose of the city attorney is. The department is clearly wishing to ghettoize the public's 150 words, and the city attorney is helping it, and that violates 6721I, and it should be a violation finding. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on the motion? Okay, seeing none. Is there any additional discussion? Okay, Ms. Rustam, can you please call the roll on the motion for the memo?
Yes, Mr. Chair. On the memo, Member Snyder? Snyder, aye. Member Nee?
No.
Nee, no. Member Cawthon?
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Pass.
Wolf, pass. Member West?
Aye.
West, aye. Member Wolf?
No.
Wolf, no. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Madam Chair, we have 7 ayes and 2 noes. The motion passes.
Okay. Would you like to now make your second motion?
I would. And I'm actually very compelled by Mr. Warfield's point. The section that's emphasized, the part of the 6721 that is emphasized is not necessarily the part that the city attorney would be in violation of. By consistently providing this advice, is the city attorney acting to protect and secure the rights of people of San Francisco to access public information in public meetings? I don't think so. I think that they may actually be in violation of that by continuing to provide this advice. And so the second motion would be to find the city attorney's office in violation of 6716 and 6721I.
I second the motion.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Yeah, I'm not so sure about 6716 because that just outlines that minutes have to be done in a certain way. It's purely for the involvement of the person doing the minutes, not for the person advising. I think 6721I speaks more directly to the advisement and where it comes from and who's the responsible party. So I would offer that you might want to drop 6716. If you want to keep it in as reference, it's fine. But I can't see that being necessarily the direct violation. It's more of a indirect violation.
Mm-hmm. I respect that. The thought was, that they are sort of indirectly causing this violation, but I think I agree with the discussion we've had that it would be a broad interpretation, and given the fact that I think 6721I does actually more directly get at it, I would be willing to drop that.
Are you amending your
Sure.
motion? Does the second accept the amendment?
I do.
Is there public comment on the motion?
Thank you very much, members. Peter Warfield again, Executive Director, Library Users Association. I did want to mention that the city attorney's advice, as far as I understand it, is not a choice. If you want to, you can include it. If you don't want to, you don't have to include it. The advice is simply you can ghettoize those comments. I don't know that the city attorney, certainly I don't think it's in the Good Government Guide, which I've only just freshly got and haven't read every word of. I don't think the city attorney, certainly in the Good Government Guide, and I doubt in person, is advising people, well, we think you can do this, but the Sunshine Ordinance thinks you should do it this way. I think the city attorney is simply advising people put those comments in the ghetto behind all that other stuff about disclaimers. Now, I find those disclaimers particularly offensive as well, because there's no similar disclaimer about the veracity or the truthfulness of what library commissioners say when their comments are recorded in the minutes, and there is no verification of the truthfulness of my comments that appear in the Library Commission's interpretation of my comments. There's no claim that they are verifying the facts that I cite or the statistics that I cite. They simply provide minutes that they think summarize what people say. And I think I, as a member of the public, should have a right to say, well, this is what I think I said. And those should be right there together. In fact, in many of the minutes that I've seen in various departments, they have more than 150-word summaries for members of the public's comments. So, as Member Washburn says, I think it's a very reasonable amount of verbiage to include in line within the minutes. What your website said about proposals and so on, I think, if anything, suggests that the law does not currently permit the ghettoization, and that if somebody wants to do that, they would have to change the current law. So I think the law is very clear. I appreciate the motion. I think the motion should pass resoundingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on the motion?
Thomas Piccarello again. I'll oppose the motion, Mr. Costa's motion, for the same reasons that I expressed in your previous motion. But I'll add that, you know, one of the adjectives of a kangaroo court is when a tribunal bases its decisions on what feels good or sounds common sense-wise just, rather than what legal principles are applicable. There is no basis for a finding against the city attorney's office under the Sunshine Ordinance because he disagrees with the orders of determination. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on the motion? Seeing none, is there any discussion? Member Nee.
I'm going to vote no on the motion. I agree with what Member Snyder said. I agree with what Mr. Piccirillo said. There is no basis to find violation here of 67.21I. Fact is, there is a disagreement between us and between the city attorney's office on what 67.16 says about inclusion of comment summaries in the minutes. And that disagreement is precisely why, even though I was lone wolfing it, and maybe I shouldn't have done that, that's precisely why I sought an interpretation not only from Terry Frank, but also from people like Peter Scheer of the First Amendment Coalition and other attorneys who specialize in sunshine law. Now, as I read 67.16, it does not say where in the minutes those comments should go. I think I think the ordinance should be amended to state where they should go. You know, if we want the minutes to be included or the comments summaries to be included in the body of the minutes, then we should amend the ordinance to say so. But when somebody like Terry Frank, you know, I sent him the relevant section of the ordinance, exact language in the ordinance, and his response was, there is no requirement that it be in the text of the minutes. The task force disagrees with that, you know, and I've gone along with that interpretation. I will continue to do so. I'm not going to try to upend what the task force has done. But in this case, for us to say that the city attorney is deliberately advising people to violate the Sunshine Ordinance, I don't see that that's happened. I'm going to vote no on this motion.
Okay, I'm just going to remind, for the record, that Member Nee, I encourage the members of the task force to research and seek advice. But I'm just want to remind for the record that the task force didn't request an outside opinion because it isn't uncertain of its position. So that individual members may be uncertain, but at the time that you had sent that, no one expressed an uncertainty about it. So that's I want to make sure that it's clear that was sent because you wanted, and encourage you to research it, but I want to make it clear that the task force, we disagree with the city attorney's office's opinion, and we are not confused or struggling with what our opinion is on it. We've pretty well come down that in the minutes can be interpreted a certain way, but we encourage all of the input, all input, because it's the only way we can, again, as I said about not having the letter written, it's because I was trying to gather up all of the information. So, Mr. Restom, can you call the roll on the motion? I'm sorry, Member Kaufman.
I'm going to construe this really broadly, as the Sunshine Ordinance suggests we do when there are issues like this, and I'm going to construe that in the minutes means the way we have interpreted it means in the body of the minutes, and secondarily on 6721I, I think the interpretation of that section of the ordinance could be expanded so that we could vote yes on it and so state that we feel the city attorney did work with the department to make it more difficult for the public to access Sunshine.
Okay. The motion's only on 67.21I.
That's right.
Not 6716. Okay.
Right. And I also just wanted to say that I really feel that we don't have to construe anything broadly here. It has been the clear interpretation of the task force that in the minutes means in the minutes. That is our current opinion that we're very, very plain about, and the city attorney is actively advising against that. I think that it doesn't take a broad interpretation to make the determination that by doing so, the city attorney is failing to protect and secure the rights of the people of San Francisco to access public information. I think that's a pretty clear failure on their part.
Okay, Mr. Restom, can you call the roll?
I just want to say one more thing.
Mr.
I agree with Mr. Costa. We really should send a message to the city attorney, and by passing his motion, we will.
Member Washburn.
And I think in the order of determination, if this passes, that we should make clear it's that first sentence in 6721I that we are speaking to with our finding of a violation, and not the.
Are you offering a friendly amendment to the motion?
Yes, I accept that.
And you were the second?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you accept your own? Do you accept your own?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Restom, can you please call the roll?
So could you read the motion again?
Yeah, go ahead. Do you want me to do it?
Yes, please.
So the motion is to find the city attorney's office in violation of 67.21I, and that the order of determination emphasize the that the purpose is the first sentence of that section.
Can we make it even clearer that by advising clients that they can attach public comment to minutes, they are failing to protect
The summaries, the public comment summaries.
Right, exactly.
Can you read the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Member Snyder? Snyder, no. Member Nee?
No.
Nee, no. Member Cotton?
Aye.
Cotton, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member West.
Aye.
West, aye. Member Johnson.
No.
Johnson, no. Madam Chair, there are 6 ayes and 3 noes. Motion passes.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to take a 5-minute recess, but before we do, I want to let the members of the public know that normally we take public comment about an hour after we start, although that was not on our agenda tonight, and I'm not going to do it tonight. I'm going to leave the agenda exactly as it is because we have respondents here. A couple of them have been here for a couple of really long meetings, and this is a special meeting purely because we have so many cases. So I apologize to members of the public, but it's very urgent that we get these complaints heard. It's very, very urgent. We have a number of complaints backed up. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess. The meeting is back in order. Mr. Rustin, will you please read the next item on the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair. The next item is file number 11084, determination of jurisdiction and complaint filed by Library Users Association against the Arts Commission for not providing an audio recording of a meeting.
Is there a motion to find jurisdiction? Is there a second?
Second.
Is there public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction?
Yes, Commission, task force members. Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library
Oh, I'm
Users.
sorry. That it's you're a party, so you can't comment on the jurisdiction
Well,
as a
are
member
you
of the
saying
public.
I can't comment on the jurisdiction item at all?
Well, you're a party to the
Sure, but I haven't got a special role in discussing.
You're a party to the complaint, so you're not a member of the public.
Madam Chair?
He can speak to it when we're done with public comment.
Well, I should point out to you, though, that in the letters from the Library Commission, the the public library, in the oh, wait a minute, yeah, in the complaint, in the response to both of these complaints, 11084 and 11085, the respondent is arguing against jurisdiction.
Okay, but we're not having a hearing on the jurisdiction. We're finding determination, and then during the hearing, they can certainly contest it.
Okay.
Well, do you want to make this a hearing on the jurisdiction?
Why don't we, is the respondent present? We should.
Are you as the respondent contesting jurisdiction? Can you come to the microphone? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Commissioners. I don't really understand what you mean by jurisdiction. We are contesting that we violated the Sunshine Act.
It's my understanding that in the response, you're saying that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force doesn't have jurisdiction because you're not a chartered board, that you're an advisory body.
Yes, that's correct.
So is
that a jurisdiction argument?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the jurisdiction
All right.
argument. So if we want to have a hearing on jurisdiction, for example, we don't normally we don't normally ask the complainants and the respondents during our determination if they want to do 5 minutes and then 5 minutes. So, but we can. It's just not our normal procedure. So that's why I went ahead with it.
Well,
so we can also make...
The reason I raised the issue, Madam Chair, in the second paragraph of the response letter, San Francisco Arts Commission is in compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance, and Mr. Warfield's complaints are both outside the jurisdiction of the Sunshine Task Force and without merit, because they're saying outside the jurisdiction. And I think it is appropriate that we ask the respondent now, does she want to contest jurisdiction?
It is appropriate. Do we want to turn it into a hearing where the complainant has 5 minutes to discuss his jurisdiction and the respondent, or do we want to address it during the hearing? The task force can decide whether it believes it has jurisdiction, whether they think it does or not. Jerry Threed, our deputy city attorney, does that all the time, and then they can contest it. If we think we have jurisdiction, then we're going to hear it anyway. I'm sorry, Member Cawthon.
I would point you to the city attorney's statement in the explanatory letter, and he says
microphone,
the complaints
please.
Against the arts. I'm just reading from what the city attorney says on page.
Well, what you're doing right now is you're making a case for jurisdiction. So I don't want to have a hearing unless we're going to have a hearing.
Well, I'm going to tell you what the city attorney found, that since Mr. Warfield filed the complaint against the Arts Commission is within our purview, and we do have jurisdiction. And he said he understood that there was complaint or a disagreement with the Visual Arts Committee, but he says that
You're now getting into the details of the case.
he says that the heart
Okay,
of the matter really is whether we have.
We are not going to have a hearing unless we're going to decide to have a hearing. You're making a case. I think that the task force can determine jurisdiction, and during the hearing, the respondent can dispute that finding, and we can reverse our finding if necessary. But the task force is perfectly capable of making a if you feel uncomfortable and you're uncertain when you read this, I am not. But if members are, you can bring it up right now as we make the motion.
No, I have no problem with finding jurisdiction myself. I just want to make sure the procedure is properly followed. That's all.
So what we're going to do is we made a motion to find jurisdiction, and it's been seconded. We can call the roll.
You were going to have public comment?
We can take public comment. We can have a discussion. If people feel uncomfortable, we can have a hearing on jurisdiction.
Commissioners, in the interest of time, I would just, if you want to find jurisdiction, and then we'll do it.
If I were you, I wouldn't say that because you're about to argue you don't have it. So in the interest of due process, I wouldn't make the statement, because you will, if you make a statement to us that we find jurisdiction, your argument that we don't have jurisdiction isn't going to be very relevant.
Then I withdraw that if that's the case.
I just want to make sure you understand that. So what we're going to do is we have a motion to find jurisdiction. We're taking public comment on jurisdiction of the matter. Public comment, not the parties. Okay, seeing no public comment on jurisdiction, the matter is back with the task force. Does the task force feel that they need to have a discussion about jurisdiction at this time, or can you wait until the hearing?
Well, you cut me off, but what I was trying to say was that I think it's very clear that we do have jurisdiction.
I know, but we're not having a hearing about it.
What are we talking about?
Whether or not we need to have a hearing about it now or during the hearing. We're not getting into the merits of it. We're just determining if you...
Well, let's vote on the motion and whether we should have a hearing.
Or we could take it without objection.
Is there an objection to finding jurisdiction so we can move on with the hearing? Vice Chair Wolf?
I just have a point of information. If somebody makes a motion, you can have debate about the motion.
Yes, we can have debate about the motion.
About whether we have jurisdiction or not.
Yes.
So I don't know what the rush is. If there's questions about it, then let's have the discussion.
I asked if there were questions about it, and there doesn't seem to be a question. So, can we take the jurisdiction without objection? Can you please read the next item?
The next item, Madam Chair, is file number 11084, hearing on the complaint filed by Library Users Association against the Arts Commission for not providing an audio recording of a meeting.
Okay, the complainant will have 5 minutes. I want to make sure that the complainant understands that you do understand that part of their defense is that we don't have jurisdiction, even though the task force feels we do. So you're free to address that whatever it is you have planned.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Of course, we do think you have jurisdiction and that it's preposterous of them to claim you don't. And that's the first thing I appreciate for your basically finding in my favor. With respect to the city attorney's opinion, I can't speak to that. I don't think I have seen a city attorney's opinion on this, but let's take that up later. This is a fairly straightforward case. We asked to listen to a tape recording of a meeting of the Visual Arts Committee, which is a subcommittee of the Arts Commission. And they told us they don't have recordings of the meetings of the Visual Arts Committee. And this discussion is about whether they ought to have, should have had, and so on, rather than that it's, in their opinion, okay to not have. So Section 67.14 of the Sunshine Ordinance requires 6714B, which we have in our letter on page 54, complaint letter, requires all charter commissions to audio record their meetings, to retain the recordings, and to make the recordings available for inspection. The section reads as follows. I won't go into it. I think you probably know it. Just for your background, this meeting included a presentation plus discussion and approval of San Francisco Public Library's imminent plan to completely destroy the existing Bernal Heights Branch Library mural, which was painted by noted San Francisco muralist Arch Williams, as well as Carlos Alcala. The mural was designed and painted in a participatory community process over a 2-year period in 1980 to 82, and includes a great deal of valuable material and beautiful material as well. So we asked for you to hear this. The Arts Commission letter, which you have twice for once each for the complaints that are coming, says that the Sunshine Ordinance does not require audio recordings of advisory committee meetings. On G1, they quote from the what they say is that the Visual Arts Committee is on page 2. Well, they refer to the Good Government Guide, and they say the San Francisco Arts Commission is not required to, sorry, I'm talking about audio, excuse me. What they're saying is that since the Visual Arts Committee was not named in the ordinance as a charter committee, it's not in the charter, therefore the Visual Arts Subcommittee does not have to make recordings. And they're quoting from the Good Government Guide. They speak of it as an advisory subcommittee of the Full Arts Commission and not a board or commission listed in the charter. Now, we think this is a very dangerous approach. If you subdivide, if you say that the Visual Arts Committee is, and quote, as they say, an advisory committee, and quote, not a board or commission listed in the charter and thus not required to audio record its meetings, you basically allow a stratagem for every charter board and commission to simply get around the requirements of Sunshine with respect to recordings and also with respect to minutes. Our response letter, which is your page 74, talks about this in some detail. The simple stratagem of placing the work of a charter body could be placed into one or more subcommittees, and all the work could be done there, and then the main body just simply rubber stamping it. That would allow them to evade all of the requirements of Sunshine with respect to charter bodies. Now, the Arts Commission is a charter body, and in fact, at the Arts Commission, the real work of the Arts Commission is done by the Visual Arts Committee for its topic area, and has been doing so for at least 30 years. I was recently looking at. So the real work is done there, and then the material is typically put on consent calendar, as it was in fact done. And the Arts Commission, in this case, for example, wasn't even in a position to discuss anything. They said they wouldn't have a presentation. They weren't prepared to show anything or essentially to discuss anything in substance. No one from the Library Commission talked, nobody from the library talked, none of the artists came. And we noted in the letter what the Brown Act defines as a legislative body. The Arts Commission also did not give us any assistance with alternative ways of finding out what happened at the meeting. So they could have said, well, we've got draft minutes. They could have said we have rough notes from the member of the Arts Commission staff who sits there very assiduously, as I saw at one or two meetings, typing into APC. And that would have been also an appropriate way for them to provide us with alternate information besides a recording. They didn't do that either. The Brown Act is very clear about what a legislative body is. It says that it's on page 2 of 3 of our letter, on page 75. It's a commission, committee, board, or other body of a local agency, whether permanent or temporary, decision-making or advisory, created by charter, ordinance, resolution, or formal action of a legislative body. And then it goes on to say that there might be an exception, but in this case, I don't think the exception applies. This Visual Arts Committee is a legislative body under the Brown Act and should be considered a charter commission just as the full Arts Commission is. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of complainant?
We have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I agree with Mr. Warfield. The Arts Commission as a whole is enumerated in the charter. And if you look at the Brown Act, it basically says any subcommittee, and especially this one, which is a permanent subcommittee, is subject to the same rules as the main body. Now, the reason this is important is because I attended an Arts Commission meeting last month, and they had a consent agenda with 19 items on it, about which there was absolutely no discussion. It was all voted on in a lump, which means 19 things which should have been held in the view of the public were held in a meeting which was not recorded. And they even made in another thing coming up saying that they're not really required to even keep minutes. So what they're saying is, oh, gee, we're going to have all our discussions, not record them, all our discussions, not keep minutes, and then we're just going to put it on the agenda and vote on it, and the public will have absolutely no idea how we got to the decision we got to. Now, if that's open government, it amazes me. And I'll make the same argument I made when I brought the rent board here. The rent board did not record their meetings, and I say, look, maybe 10 years ago or 12 years ago when this law was passed, the argument could be made that, oh, it's too difficult or whatever it is. But in this day and age, when you can buy for $30 or $40 a digital recorder, and you can sit it in a room, turn it on and turn it off and keep the record, what possible excuse can they give for not keeping a record of a public meeting? The only thing I can think of is they don't want a record. They don't want anybody to hear what they discussed, because then someone can challenge them on their decisions. But basically what you end up having is you having a consent agenda with a whole bunch of items that get approved, money, millions of dollars in some of these cases with the Arts Commission, that gets approved, and the public has absolutely nothing to look at to figure out why that was approved. What was discussed, who discussed it, nothing. And that is not open government. Now, I know the rent board, you didn't find them in violation because they weren't enumerated in the charter, but the bottom line was 2 months later, they sent a letter saying, well, we're starting to record our meetings. And I think pressure has to be made to let these bodies know that there isn't really an acceptable reason. If you can find some sort of a loophole in the law, that's fine. But there isn't a legitimate reason not to record your meetings or not to keep minutes.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, the respondent will have 5 minutes.
Our response is that the Visual Arts Committee is a subcommittee of the Arts Commission.
Excuse me, ma'am, could you identify yourself,
Oh, I'm
please?
sorry. I'm Susan Pontius. I'm the director of the Civic Art Collection and the Public Art Program. And the Arts Commission is indeed named in the city charter, but the Visual Arts Committee is a subcommittee of that commission and is not named in the city charter. And therefore, we are not required to record our minutes, and so we don't have recordings of the Visual Arts Committee.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing no one, the matter is with the task force. Excuse me, Vice Chair Wolf.
Ms. Pontius? Is that how you pronounce it? Ms. Pontius, may you come to the microphone, please? So you stated pretty emphatically that because you're a subcommittee, you don't feel that you need to keep recordings of your meetings.
That is what we've been advised. Yes.
I understand that, but this is the Sunshine Ordinance. It's a matter of law. So can you state for me somewhere in the law that says that you are not required to do that?
I believe it's the definition of it says Admin Code 6714. It says other policy bodies are not required to audio record their minutes except for closed sessions portions of meetings.
I'm sorry, what was the code?
67.14B.
6714B.
And then according to the Good Government Guide, Part 3, page 135, Section G.2c, we're not required to keep minutes for meetings of the VAC because the VAC is purely an advice. Oh, that's
okay. I'm sorry. Give me that number again.
According to the Government Guide, it's Part 3, page 135, Section G.2c.
Okay.
I can't resist saying this, but did the city attorney tell you this?
Yes.
Because 6714C, 6714B does not say other policy bodies are not required. It does say that policy bodies enumerated in the charter are required, but 6714C says every city policy body and commission must record their minutes.
But we're I believe we are an advisory body.
Let's find out exactly what you are, first of all, okay? So this is the...
Yeah, but I just want to point out that advice is lacking.
If the only thing that would prevent them from is if they're a passive meeting body.
But I understand what you're saying, but before we skip over it, I want you to look at that Good Government Guide. It says other policy bodies. That is incorrect. 1614C says every policy body. So I just want to make sure that we don't gloss over that.
I'm not going to gloss over it, but we have to get some foundation here so that either it becomes very obvious that it is or it is not. So first of all, this committee is a subcommittee directly under the San Francisco Arts Commission?
Yes, it's made up of commissioners.
How many commissioners?
5.
And how many members of the committee?
There are 5 members. There's 5 members of the Visual Arts Committee.
5 members of the Visual Arts Committee.
Yeah, the full commission is 15 or 17. I can't.
So it's not an advisory body. It's an official committee of the commission.
It's a committee of the commission, yes.
Okay, so it's not an advisory body. By definition.
Madam Chair,
Member,
who created the Visual Arts Committee?
Well,
Who created the Visual Arts Committee?
it was back in 1946, and I wasn't there. So
by whom?
I assume by the commission, but we would have to research. We would have to research the minutes.
Have you read Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.3 D for David? Policy body shall mean, and particularly under that subparagraph 4. Any advisor of policy body shall mean any advisory board, commission, committee, or body created by the initiative of a policy body. Thus, if your committee was created by the Arts Commission, it is indeed a policy body.
and under 6714C, every city policy body has to record its audio. I want to double check that Vice Chair Wolf was not cut off. Is it relevant to what we're doing now? Member Snyder.
And under the definition of policy body, Member Wolf was, Member Nee was enumerating D4, advisory board, commission, committee, or policy created by the initiative of a policy body. True. After that, there's an even broader definition, however, any standing committee of a policy body, irrespective of its composition. So I think even if it wasn't created by initiative of the full committee, it still is subject to the recording requirement because it's a policy body. It's a policy body because it's a standing committee of the Full Arts Commission under D5, right? And the committee is, Ms. Pontius, the committee is a standing committee, right? This is a
Yes.
permanent, it's been around since 1946.
Yes.
Right.
Madam Chair, let me apologize for cutting off Member Wolf. I shouldn't have done that.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Nope, they've taken it well down the road that it needs to go.
Okay, so at this time, the respondent will have 3 minutes for a rebuttal, and then the complainant will have 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
Well, I'm not a lawyer. I'm sorry. I'm not in the position to. I read this stuff. I have to say, it's hard for me to interpret. I can only say that that we have been advised by our city attorney, and so I have to think that she has good reason for coming to this conclusion that we are not our subcommittees are not required to record our meetings. And if this body says that we are, then I would have to take this back to her and ask for further clarification. That's all I can say.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but could I ask you who your city attorney is?
Adine Vera.
Thanks. We need to let the complainant go, and then, okay, so the complainant will now have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, members of the body, for alertly being aware of a section which isn't in this copy, and except as an addendum, and which we didn't cite in our argument. I think it's a pretty open and shut case. I had taken from the dictionary a definition of advice, opinion from one not immediately concerned as to what could or should be done about a problem. I appreciate the chair saying what she did about the law, even on section 6714B. It doesn't say other bodies don't have to. It says each board and commission enumerated in the charter shall audio record each regular and special meeting. And then it goes on to talk about the requirements for such recordings and being kept and so on and so forth. So I don't know that the arguments that I have that this is not an advisory body, it's essentially doing what you might consider the grunt work. They have, as we mentioned in our response letter, their president sits on the Visual Arts Committee. The executive director of the administration, J.D. Beltran, was at these meetings. Many of their staff are present at the Visual Arts Committee meetings. These are the working meetings at which the real work gets done. And at the full commission, everything is rubber stamped with no comment. If it's on the consent calendar, in the case of this particular item, it was on the consent calendar on September the 12th after Visual Arts Committee, but after the Visual Arts Committee meeting in question, but they did have a minimal discussion because there were members of the public who wanted the item pulled, myself included. But they said, we're not in a position to talk about it. We're not having a presentation, as I said. That's what the president of the full commission said. So the Visual Arts Committee is a charter body in our opinion, and even if it isn't, I guess you've come up with clear sense that it's a body that's covered by sunshine explicitly under section C, 6714C. And I'd note this, on a previous item tonight, with the brothers, you had a subcommittee, in fact, not the Arts Commission, that was having a difficulty with a recording, and you spoke of pretty much the Executive Committee and the Full Arts Commission in pretty much the same terms. They are essentially the same thing. You don't say that the Board of Supervisors isn't discussing some issue just because a subcommittee of the Board of Supervisors is discussing that issue. So I think it's an open and shut case, and I hope you find them in violation. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Snyder.
We came across this very issue before with 6714C. It was 2 or 3 meetings ago, and I don't remember what the body was, but I remember being really confused because in my copy of the Sunshine Ordinance, there is no C with 6714. And I kept thinking, what's everybody's talking about, 6714C? And we realized that there are copies around, including the ones that I received when I started on this body, that don't contain C, which is the critical section for this case and for the case that we had earlier. So I think the city attorney's office is probably giving bad advice based on an old copy of the Sunshine Ordinance, or maybe they're just giving bad advice. But in any event, there are bad copies floating around out there, and there's bad advice floating around out there because there are versions of this that don't contain 6714C, including the one I'm looking at right now. But so I know it's in there, it's there, but not in my copy, but it is part of the law. So, this body deals with a lot of ambiguous cases and a lot of cases that we have to spend a little bit of time thinking about. But this one seems very clear. 6714C requires any policy body to audio or video record, and 67.3D 4 through 5 in particular, says a standing committee of any policy body is subject to this. So I think it seems like a very refreshingly clear case. My concern is that the city attorney is giving bad advice, perhaps based on an outdated statute, but we should consider making sure we reach specifically out to the city attorney who has given advice in this case and make sure that they're reading the correct version of the statute.
In this instance, I can't just let that go. It is that was amended by the Board of Supervisors, and the city, of all things, the city attorney should be fully aware of amendments to ordinances made by the Board of Supervisors. And if they're not, that is a huge problem for them. There is no exception.
Mr. Rustum it was the Shelter Monitoring Committee that we dealt with this before. Mr. Rustum just told me that they got the same advice, or actually what it was, they got advice from before the ordinance was amended. But whatever the reason, they were operating on old advice because they were operating on an old version of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Member Nee?
Ms. Pontius, please. Just a quick question. Is there any reason in terms of technology or equipment that your meetings could not be audio or video recorded?
No, Commissioner. I mean, it was not in any way.
The facilities and equipment are there; they're available.
Yes, it was just we haven't ever recorded them. That's no one's ever asked before. I've been here 20 years.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
It's not that old. Is there, and just to be clear, when Member Snyder was discussing this, we're not saying that the Visual Arts Committee was violating it willfully. Clearly, there was something going on where the advice was inaccurate, and but it is still a violation, and so it may be, but it is if we find it is still a violation, whether or not it's willful. So is there a motion? Vice Chair Wolf?
I move to find I guess it's the San Francisco Arts Commission, considering that it's their committee, and they should be instructing them accordingly. It's the same people.
Yeah, but it's because we're not basing it on the Arts Commission. We're basing it on 67.4D, that standing committees are a policy body, and then 67.14C says every city policy body. So it's not based on the Arts Commission.
But it would be the commission that would make the decision that would have the capacity to start recording, right?
So somebody else make the motion, please.
No. Why? It's the Visual Arts Committee has the responsibility, not the Arts Commission.
I guess.
The Arts Commission has the responsibility too, but it's their own responsibility. The Visual Arts Committee has.
I think it could be either. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think either, if we find the violation as to the commission, we're telling them, you need to tell your committee that they've got to record. If we find the violation as to the committee, we're saying, you committee, you need to record. I don't know that it matters either way.
Was Mr. Rustum, who was notified? Was it the Visual Arts Committee or the Arts Commission? Was it?
It was the Visual Arts Committee, Madam Chair.
And then there was some dispute as to whether he had, well, he says the Art Commission did not provide audio recording of its Visual Arts Committee meeting.
Can be. I think it does. I think it's either.
Well, how would you? Member Nee, I'm sorry.
The Arts Commission is the respondent in this case, the named respondent, and Mr. Warfield's complaint is that he went to the Arts Commission. I believe Mr. Warfield will correct me if I'm wrong, but he went to the Arts Commission and asked for an audio recording of a Visual Arts Committee meeting. Is that correct, Mr. Warfield? Mr. Warfield indicates that's correct. So I would say that in this case, I'm just my off the top is that in this case it's the Arts Commission that should be named as the responsible party here.
So, Member Wolf, why don't you go ahead? I'm sorry.
So I move to find violation of 6714C, the San Francisco Arts Commission, in that the Visual Arts Committee is a policy body as noted in 67.3D 4 and 5.
Second.
Is there a public comment on the motion?
I need to tail it off a little bit because there needs to be a little action attached to this. And that the chair and the clerk for maybe all three, the chair, the clerk, and the city attorney, the deputy city attorney that advises them should appear at, I guess it would be
EOT.
Yeah, EOT. And if EOT, and they should EOT should monitor to see that they are carrying it out properly. If not, then they should forward it to CAC.
Would it be the proper job of EOT to monitor compliance, or?
Well, I think that first you're going to teach them how to do it.
Sure, but at that point, would it be best to forward the matter on to compliance amendments, or?
Only if they don't make a provision to get it done and act on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we should write a letter to them, and I can make a separate motion. We should write a letter to them advising them of the ordinance in the current sunshine, or of the section in the current sunshine ordinance that requires them to keep minutes and record meetings.
Madam Chair.
We could do it in the order of determination.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I could offer a friendly amendment, I would like to add also a letter to the city attorney's office that there is something wrong with that advice, and it's missing 6714. C.
They've done it.
Yep.
We've seen 2, which means there are probably 10 or 11 out there, more instances of this.
Or instead of writing a letter, we could be sure that they're CC'd on the order of determination.
Yeah.
And make sure that they, when it's forwarded to them, we say, please note this was incorrectly.
You could do a cover letter or or something at the top to call their attention to it.
Member Costa?
It's not just 14C though. It wasn't. I believe it was represented that the advice was also that this doesn't apply to them because they're the sort of committee that doesn't qualify as a policy body, which is another error.
Wait, what page is that
I'm
on?
sorry?
What page is that on? I see you looking at it.
57. I believe the respondents said that they received the advice
that's
from
in
their...
the good go. God, my
And-
head's gonna
no,
explode.
I know, but so
my
I'm just
head's
saying
gonna
I think-
explode that's in the good government guide.
But that's not a violation. That's just they're just misinterpreting. They've misinterpreted
no.
what policy.
Oh no,
body
you got to
is.
be kidding me.
Not
They're
that by
to
they,
state other policy bodies are not required. That is nowhere in there. That's
Sorry,
outrageous.
if I can clarify, I meant to include that in our letter to the city
Oh,
attorney
yeah, yeah.
to say you are misinterpreting this.
What a policy body is.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we do need to have a friendly amendment to add that to the.
And actually, sorry, one last thing. When the last time this came up with the shelter monitoring committee, did we take some sort of action to, because this was sort of a weird, not completely publicized addition to the ordinance or amendment to the ordinance, did we take some sort of action to publicize it and make agencies aware of the fact that now all meetings are required to be recorded?
No, but in that instance, we didn't have like a clear written down policy. They did say they got the advice from the city attorney, but it was years ago, she said, and it was prior to that addition, and that city attorney was no longer with the city attorney's office. Though you're right, we maybe should have done so, but now it's pretty clear that it needs to be done. And it's written down here in a letter dated October 19th, 2011. So
I guess what I would add is, along with sort of notifying the city attorney of this, maybe we should also go a little bit wider scale with it and just sort of make a general announcement that calling people's attention to the fact that meetings are required to be.
I think that might be a little bit of overkill because it's in there. And you could, but if you notify the city attorney.
Well, the concern I have that you're bringing up is, this goes back to the Noise Ordinance Task Force, where they never had a agenda, set of minutes, recording, or anything, and that was, that was extremely egregious because they were actually doing enforcement. So I would say that at this point, I wouldn't put it past us to do it. Send out a communique citywide and just say to all boards and commissions, send it to the mayor. Mayor controls a whole bunch of boards and commissions under his watch, and same thing with supervisors.
I think it's a little more complicated than that because it's all city policy bodies, and they'd have to go through the definition of what a policy body is and how it was numbered. Not everyone's going to fall under exactly this section. So
Well, that's true. There are advisory bodies that don't fall under this, that are purely community-based. It's different. But for the ones that, like this one, this is one committee level below the actual commission itself. It's made up of all. It's like any of our committees. It's the same difference.
Well,
so, I just saying that it kind of cuts to the bone, pretty close. So I would say that maybe I would be interested in putting out some sort of citywide notice, and maybe DCA 3 can help us craft that.
we could, but again, it would be a little bit complicated because you're going to have people coming in here with different issues, and remember that all of the city employees and the elected officials are required to take sunshine ordinance training. But we could, and we would just have to work with making
I'm not
sure
saying
that
that
not every.
I'm not saying that we should do anything. I'm just saying put out a letter saying.
Well, I just don't. As long as we can work with someone to make sure that we're not providing advice that's complicating issues based on how they're defined, the advisory bodies and the.
This is pretty pro forma. We've dealt with this often through the years. It's not. It happens. It just happens. So.
Okay, so then.
But I think I'm concerned by the advice that the city attorney's office is giving. Hearing the past few cases here, so.
Okay, so then the original motion was to find the Arts Commission in violation of 67.14C.
Correct.
Based on the fact that policy body is defined as under 67.3D.
D, 4 and 5.
4 and 5.
You could also say, with regards also to the Brown Act, Section 54-952.
Well, the motion as it stands, though, is that. And then I made a friendly amendment to add a letter to the city attorney's office so that we can address this, the 6714B and then the 6714C. Does the maker accept that particular friendly amendment, and does the second accept that? Who seconded it? Did you?
Rickney, member.
Yes, second accepts.
Okay, now, does somebody want to make a motion about to add a citywide memo, or do we want to do that separately?
What's an amendment? You can make an amendment, but you could do it separately. It doesn't matter.
Can we CC the city attorney's letter to the Arts Commission so that they know that we are finding them that they got the wrong advice? So we should certainly inform them.
Okay, so let's vote. Let's have a
Public comment.
Are we adding the citywide memo, or are we doing that separately? Separately.
I mean,
We should do them separately.
Either way, I mean, it's inclusive of this. If there's no objection, if nobody
Is someone making a motion to
Madam
add
Chair,
it?
I'd like to call the question.
What's the motion?
Well, what's the question? That's what I'm asking. I mean, we have to take public comment.
Well, the question is the motion before us.
Without
Which
the
is?
citywide memo?
Without the citywide memo.
Okay, so is there public comment on the motion? Seeing none, Mr. Rustum, can you please call the roll?
Would you please read the motion?
The motion is to find the Arts Commission in violation of 67.14C based on 67.3D 4 and 5.
No, for failing to record the Visual Arts Commission.
Visual Arts Committee. On the motion, Member Snyder.
Wait, with a letter to the city attorney's
With a
office.
letter to the city attorney and
Copy.
a copy of the Arts Commission letter to the city attorney's office.
Okay.
I'm sorry, is it just the recording? There's minutes too.
Well,
no?
we're going to have one on we can do the same thing on the minutes. That's a separate complaint.
Separate item.
Okay.
On the motion, Member Snyder. Snyder, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Cotton.
Aye.
Cotton, aye. Member Manny.
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa.
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member West.
Aye.
West, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Madam Chair, we have 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Mr. Rustum, can you please call the next item?
The next item is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Library Users Association against the Arts Commission for not providing the draft minutes of a meeting.
Is there a motion to find jurisdiction?
So move.
Second.
Is there public comment on jurisdiction? Seeing no public comment, again, we have the same situation. Does anybody have any objection? Okay, so we will take the motion without objection to find jurisdiction. So at this time, the complainant will have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. After we tried to find out what happened at this meeting, well, maybe I should just back up and give you a little background. At the Library Commission meeting of July 21st, we heard from a so-called we heard from a project manager on the Bernal Heights Branch Library mural, which was intending to paint over every square inch of an existing historic multicultural mural, that they wanted the commission's approval. One of the commissioners asked, So if we pass this today, it'll be at the Arts Commission next month in August. Oh no, said the project manager, it will come to the Arts Commission in September. So I called the Arts Commission late in August and possibly early September, there was a Labor Day holiday, to find out what the status was. And they told me, oh, the Visual Arts Committee has already heard this. And I said, what? Yes, they said it's heard this. So I gulped and asked to listen to the recording so at least I could find out what had happened. Well, of course, we don't record those meetings. No recording. And after I gulped a couple of times and recovered, I asked for draft minutes. After a delay, and I'm sorry I can't say exactly how long, but it was a delay, I received a reply from Zoe Teleporos, who is the secretary of the Visual Arts Committee. And that answer that she sent is very simply in your packet, which we forwarded that reply. On pages 77 and 78. And what she writes on Wednesday, September the 7th, which is the Wednesday prior to a full Arts Commission meeting at which these minutes are going to be approved, and I still don't know anything about what happened at the meeting from any documentation. She writes on the bottom of page 77, from Zoe Teleporos to library users 2004@yahoo.com. Hello, we spoke on the phone earlier regarding the draft minutes for August 17, 2011 Visual Arts Committee meeting. Unfortunately, she writes, it is office policy to only distribute final minutes for public review. These minutes will be posted online by Friday, September 9th and can be found here. So she basically said, cool it, we have a policy, even if it's illegal. And based on that policy, we're not going to give you anything. Now, my understanding of the Sunshine Ordinance, every person, 67.21a, every person having custody of any public record or public information, as defined herein, shall at normal times and during normal and reasonable hours of operation, without unreasonable delay, that's crucial, without unreasonable delay, permit the public record, et cetera, to be inspected and examined by any person. Well, they didn't do that. They had the minutes, but they didn't let me examine them. Furthermore, there was no assistance offered. Since that time, I have received, upon request and some resistance from the Arts Commission, I have received rough notes. As I mentioned, the secretary sits very assiduously making notes in the PC that she's got. So I know that they are making notes while the meeting goes on. But there was no offer of assistance whatsoever, no offer of any alternate information. Perhaps somebody sent a memo to somebody about what happened. After all, the library was very concerned that this be passed. Maybe somebody had sent a memo, and at least I'd learn whether it had passed or not. Nothing offered, nothing provided. And it's perhaps a small point, but they didn't send the minutes. They sent a link to a website. I'm not saying that they didn't substantively send us the minutes, but the difference is when you see the minutes they sent you, which is a PDF, there's page numbers. And the portion on the Bernal mural is on pages 2 and 3. And when I printed it out, it was all on page 2. So they made it as difficult as possible, even when they finally supplied the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of complainant? Seeing none, the respondent will have 5 minutes.
Okay, I will not address whether or not we are required to provide minutes. We do provide minutes. And just to the facts at hand, Mr. Warfield requested minutes of the meeting, and he had those. It was not an immediate disclosure request. At that time, they were just notes. He had asked for the minutes of the meeting. The minutes of the meetings did not exist, but they were provided to him within 2 days of his request, so I believe that's within the sunshine requirement. Now, since that time, and many of his attacks on what happened, remember, this is a junior staff person who has never come up against these kinds of requests and what exactly you're supposed to do and all of that. So if she made an error in giving him a link instead of a PDF, well, it wasn't because she was trying to deny him something. She did provide him a copy of the minutes as soon as the draft copy of the minutes as soon as they were available. Since that time, we've been advised that we can provide notes with a disclaimer, because obviously the notes or the draft of the minutes are reviewed by senior staff prior to them being posted. So I would say that we have provided Mr. Warfield with everything he requested, and we provided them in a timely manner.
Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Costa?
So I think under 6716, draft minutes should be provided no later than 10 working days after a meeting. This meeting happened on August 17th, and in the response to Mr. Warfield, it was stated that they would be made available on September 9th. So I think, practically speaking, the timeliness of the provision of these minutes is in violation of 6716. The larger issue, once again, is the fact that this committee was advised by the city attorney's office that they didn't have to be complying with these statutes. So that would be what I would say.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Ms. Pontius, please.
Yes.
In Ms. Talaporos's email to library users on page 77, she refers to positively an office policy that minutes are to be, only final minutes are to be distributed. Is that regular practice?
Well, it's hard to say because we have not had got this kind of request when the request came to.
But that's not, has nothing to do with the request. I'm just asking about the policy. It says there's an office policy. Whether or not somebody asks or not, is this the policy?
We were advised by our director that was the policy. Yes, office
so that
policy.
Is the policy. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay, so at this time, the respondent will have 3 minutes for rebuttal, and then the complainant.
I'm sorry. Again, our response was we felt we were not in violation of the Sunshine Act because since we were not required to take minutes, we were certainly not required to have them within 10 days. But nonetheless, when the request came in, again, the request was not an immediate disclosure request. It was just a request, and it was a request for the draft minutes. The draft minutes at that time did not exist. They were made available as soon as they did exist. So that's all I have to say. And Mr. Worf, I would just like to say that our staff member responded as well as she knew how. Nobody was trying to deny him anything. We were trying to give him everything. In fact, we have given him materials, the same materials being requested 4 or 5 times. Everything that we have. There's not. He seems to think that there's more, but there's not. So.
Thank you. The complainant will now have 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. What has happened or not happened with respect to their perception is, I think, a bit of characterization that's not necessary. The question of whether the draft minutes existed or not, I think, is quite open. And whether it was quote-unquote office policy, it seems that office policy is to, if anything, make things as difficult and as slow as possible. Now, with respect to whether those minutes existed, it seems to me if they didn't exist just a few days before the full commission meeting and many weeks after the Visual Arts Committee meeting of August 17th, they would have said so. Why didn't they say these things don't exist? They said the recordings don't exist. Why didn't Zoe Teleporos just simply say, I'm sorry, Mr. Warfield, we don't have these. They're not ready yet. She didn't. She referenced office policy. According to the testimony of Ms. Pontius, we were advised by the director. Well, for such a trivial and routine question as minutes that are public document, the secretary has to go to the director of the Arts Commission to find out if she can give me draft minutes? Again, I can't judge whether those minutes existed. I certainly believe that notes for the minutes existed, and certainly assistance could have been provided. As Mr. Costa said, at the time we filed a complaint, and in fact, at the time we made the request, we thought and believed that this subcommittee is just as much a body under requirement to have minutes as the full Art Commission, and therefore should have had these minutes sitting ready and available on request within 10 days of the meeting, which would have been August 27th. So when we made the request at the end of August or early September, we were certainly startled that we were being told we couldn't have those minutes. And it was very crucial to denying us the ability to understand what had happened at that meeting and to making public comment at the full commission meeting of Monday, September the 12th at 3 p.m. So they weren't going to release those minutes until sometime midday or early afternoon Friday. And of course, we didn't get those minutes. We weren't able to access those minutes because we have limited access to computer until essentially, I'm not sure if it was just moments before the meeting or after the meeting. But it's a huge difference to let somebody sit and wait for 2 days when it's puts those minutes less than around 24 hours of business time prior to the full commission meeting. And there was simply no reasonable reason for them to deny those minutes, which I believe did exist. And I would ask further what that policy was that said, don't give him the draft minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Nee.
Mr. Warfield, when did you finally receive the minutes or the availability thereto?
I don't own a computer, and so I have to go, for example, to a library.
When were you called or notified that the minutes were available for you?
I was not called. I was simply sent the email that I have enclosed.
Okay. When were you notified that the minutes were available for your review?
I was not notified by any other means than the sending of an email.
Okay.
And by the way,
when was that email sent?
The email that they sent with the policy response was sent Wednesday, September the 7th.
Okay. And when did you finally get to see the minutes?
I'm not sure if it was immediately just before the meeting or after the meeting, because I didn't have access. That doesn't mean they didn't send it. I believe they sent it on Friday. But the notification that the minutes are available for you to look at now was sent approximately, by my recollection, I think it's in here, around noontime on Friday, which is just about 48 hours after the initial response.
Friday what date?
The September the 9th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Member Snyder?
I'm not sure that the committee is subject to 6716. The analysis is different, and I may be missing something, so if somebody disagrees with me, then please do, but the analysis is different than 6714C that we just dealt with, which specified that policy bodies have to tape record. 6716, only boards and commissions enumerated in the charter are subject to 6716. And I don't see anything that suggests that the committee is a board or commission enumerated in the charter. I don't think it's subject to the requirements of 60, but I'm willing to be shown or persuaded otherwise.
Vice Chair Wolf?
So the subcommittees are part of the policy body. That's how it's always been held. Every committee, even for the Board of Supervisors, every committee is subject to having to take minutes because it's part of the policy body.
It's the policy body this isn't the policy body section. It's not policy bodies aren't subject to 6716. It's specifically boards and commissions enumerated in the charter. If it said policy bodies are subject to 6716, then we could go and do the analysis we just did under tape recording and say, look, a policy body includes a committee. But at least as I read 6716, policy bodies aren't subject to it. It's only boards and commissions enumerated in the charter.
Madam Chair?
Member Nee?
That said, even if the committee is not required to keep minutes, the fact is that it does keep minutes. And the fact is that when those minutes exist, they are disclosable public record. And so even if there isn't a violation of 67.16, there would certainly be a violation of 67.21 and of perhaps 67.26, withholding shall be kept to a minimum, and of 67.27, which states that if you're going to withhold a record, you have to state the specific statute or case law that exempts the record from disclosure.
Are you going to make a motion?
Can I just elaborate?
Yes, Member Snyder.
Yes, I agree completely. You're right, and I wish I had seen that. Since the minutes are there, they're a public record. And so the question then becomes, is this committee subject to the disclosure requirements? And that analysis is really, I've been sitting here doing it for a while. You have to determine whether the committee is a legislative body or if it's a local agency, in quotation marks, under the Public Records Act. And if it's a legislative body, then it is. And any committee of a local agency is a legislative body under the California Public Records Act. So what that means is this committee, the committee that we're addressing right now, is a committee of a local agency because the commission is a local agency, and therefore it is a legislative body subject to the California Public Records Act and the disclosure requirements thereunder. I'm just doing this to get it on the record so that we can demonstrate that they are subject to the disclosure requirements. And since they are subject to the disclosure requirements, the California Public Records Act and the Sunshine Ordinance, the fact that they have the minutes means that they're required to produce them to the public upon request according to the requirements of, under the requirements and restrictions of the Sunshine Ordinance, the California Public Records Act.
I have a question, Member Snyder. Isn't Member Nee's point, or maybe I'm missing it, isn't Member Nee's point the fact that the minutes existed, they're public records? It doesn't really matter whether they're a legislative body or not. They fall under the Sunshine. I mean, it's still good to put it in there, but they fall under the Sunshine Ordinance because they're under 67.3E, potentially D, if they were created by the commission, they're a policy body, and so their documents are public,
Yeah,
no matter what they are.
that's a quicker way of getting where I got. I took 4 steps, you did 1. I think you're right.
Because that's what you were saying, that it's a public
Yeah.
record, so they would have had to provide an exemption for that record. Vice Chair Wolf?
Yeah, I want to get back to the point with regards to 6716. I cannot I cannot condone the thought that a subcommittee of a policy body stands alone and unto itself. It is, for all intents and purposes, part of the policy body. And so any meeting that the policy body has and or its subcommittees, anything that it does, is covered under 6716, that we've always held that to be true. If we're now going to say that subcommittees stand independent and alone, they're severed from its parent body, that would fly in the face of the ordinance. If there was a particular separate committee that was not a subcommittee, that is completely separate, it does a completely different set of work from the body itself, and it is not a subcommittee, like if there was some ad hoc committee that we had created from here that went off and did some separate kind of investigation of some sort. It's not necessarily that, and it was it involved not any one of us. That could be considered, then that could be severed. But any one of our subcommittees is still part and parcel of this particular body. And everybody would hold that to be true, no matter where you go. I mean, that would actually say that any of the subcommittees at the state legislature wouldn't be subject to have minutes. They make decisions. They are made up of members of the large S with no one else. Same thing with this particular subcommittee. There's no other members of this subcommittee other than members of the parent body. So I can't see separating this committee or severing it from its parent. It is part and parcel. And I believe when it states that each board and commission, they're talking about it inclusive of all of its parts. And so I would reject any other interpretation.
Member Washburn?
I agree completely, but I have to say, when I was looking at 6716 and read that first sentence, I went, oh my God, this could be construed to mean that, no, they don't have to take minutes. So I think this is, when we amend this thing, language has to change. It has to say policy body.
Well, since it's against the Arts Commission, it is a board and commission.
Right. No,
We're making the finding against the Arts Commission.
No, I agree. I mean, I think,
Right?
this broad interpretation is correct. It's just,
Member Nee?
we need to tighten it up.
I move that we find the Arts Commission in violation of sections 67.16, 67.21A, 67.21B, 67.26, and 67.27.
Second.
Is there public comment on the motion?
Ray Hartz, and I agree with all the violations that you've said. I think their argument has been such a convoluted thing that's I can't even describe it as the pretzel. It's we don't give you the minutes and we don't follow the rules on the minutes because we're not required to keep them in the first place, but we do keep the minutes. And we're still not going to follow the rules, and that's because we're not this, that, and the other thing, and they went around and around in circles. And Member Wolf was at the Arts Commission meeting that I attended, and he had several things related to how they handled their own meetings. And I think they're a really, really good candidate to get the new director to get some folks over here to get some education from the task force through EOT or something else. Because one of the things I also heard from the respondent was, this is just some clerk on the front, and you shouldn't blame her. And she doesn't have any concept or understanding of the fact that it is the director and the head of the department that is responsible to see that the law is followed, and it is that person who has failed if one of their subordinates has failed to do it. And I seem to hear her saying, well, since this was some person on the front line who was a low-level clerk, well, we shouldn't be blamed for that. It's their responsibility. And something about the motion should say why they're in violation.
The order of determination will.
Yes, the order of determination should say why they are in violation. So that was just a segue. Now I lost my train of thought. Well, it's probably just as well for all.
Is there additional public comment on the motion? Seeing none, public comment is closed. The order of determination will reflect the reasoning, which is what Member Snyder and I were talking about before, too. Can you please call the roll on the motion?
On the motion, Member Snyder? Yes. Snyder, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Cawthon?
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf? Member Wolf?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Wolf, aye. Member West?
Aye.
West, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Madam Chair, we have 9 ayes. The motion passes.
I'm going to refer this to the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee, along with the other one. Thank you. Okay, it's my understanding that items 12 and 13 have been, both parties have requested a continuance, partially because the person most knowledgeable that the SFMTA wants to send was unavailable at today's special meeting date. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Move to continue.
Second.
Okay, is there public comment on the motion to continue this item? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. Can we do that without objection? Okay, so that is continued. Can you please read the next item, Mr. Rustum?
The next item is file number 11034, continued hearing on complaint filed by Frank McDowell against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly not providing documents associated with a drive cam.
Is Mr. McDowell present? Mr. Rustum, did you hear from Mr. McDowell?
No, Madam Chair, but I spoke to him last week when he called me to request a recording of the previous meeting. And I did advise him at that time that a meeting has been scheduled, and I did send him a reminder through the mail.
Okay. This is a difficult one for me because I don't want to sound biased because I did vote against reopening the order of determination, but this is the second time Mr. McDowell has not shown up and the SFMTA has sat here all night long. And I want as much open government as possible, but I don't want it at the expense of, the department sitting here all night long. There has to be at least some responsibility on behalf of the complainant. Member Snyder.
I think that's particularly true here, where we reopened this against the vote of a number of the task force members, including myself, because this matter, in my view, had already been concluded, and Mr. McDowell didn't present sufficient evidence, in my view, to reopen it. So we reopened it. Now it's in a way, it's his burden to come forward and say what's new, what's the violation here that we didn't know before. And without any presentation by him, I don't see how we make that determination. And I think the MTA has demonstrated ample good faith in showing up and presenting their case again and again and again, and I think this matter should be concluded now.
Move to dismiss.
They moved and seconded at the same time.
I agree completely. I think it's very unfair to the department to be sitting here and appear twice. While I completely think Mr. McDowell has the right for us to hear what is on his mind. It's also quite critical that he appears before us to present that. And my understanding is that this is his second time, right? And he's been very well notified, right?
Through the chair, that is correct, yes.
Wow.
So is there public comment on the motion to dismiss? Okay, seeing none, it's back with the task force. Can you please call the roll, Mr. Rustem?
On the motion, on the motion, Member Snyder? Yes. Snyder, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Cawthon? Yes. Cawthon, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member West?
Aye.
West, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Madam Chair, we have 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the SFMTA showing up, and I will. I think that in light of what has happened to you tonight, that we should address some way of preventing this from happening in the future, where you sit here all night and the person doesn't show up. It's a little bit difficult because seeing that it's at the end of the agenda, they might not be in the room when I ask, but we will try to address it. So thank you. Mr. Rustem, if you could please call the next item.
Yes, Madam Chair. The next item is item 15, file number 11083, determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Ray Hartz against the public library for allegedly violating Ordinance Section 67.21C, D, and E.
Move to accept.
Second.
Is there public comment on the question of jurisdiction? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Can we take jurisdiction without objection? Okay, the jurisdiction is found. Can you please call the next item?
The next item, Madam Chair, is item number 16, file number 11083, hearing on complaint filed by Ray Hartz against the public library for allegedly violating Ordinance Section 67.21 C, D, and E.
The complainant will have 5 minutes.
Mr. Rustem? Members of the task force, I think the only page that really matters, if you haven't read it, that you do read, is page 94 of your packet, because it fairly well lays out my entire complaint. On July 21st, I gave a immediate disclosure request to Luis Herrera, the city librarian. He handed that to Ms. Blackman to carry out. The first paragraph of the immediate disclosure request was, in accordance with the Sunshine Ordinance 6721, I am requesting your assistance in, and then I quoted the rest of 6721, identifying the existence, form, and nature, et cetera, et cetera. And basically what I was doing there in that first paragraph was asking for help in identifying documents so I could limit the research. One of the main complaints you always hear, from city bodies is the amounts of time and energy they put into filling these requests. And I was trying to minimize the amount that I wanted and ask for specific documents. The second paragraph gave a very general description of the kind of document I was looking for. If you look at the first sheet that I gave you, dated November 29th, with a little chart on the bottom, the dates there, Thursday, July 21st, I filed the IDR. Monday, July 25th, I had a phone conversation with Ms. Blackman in the morning, And I said, you know, I was surprised I hadn't heard from you because, and she says, why is that? And I said, because how are you going to help me identify documents if we don't have any sort of a discussion about it? She said, well, you already told me what you wanted because the second paragraph says that. I said, yeah, but that doesn't identify what I want. And I attempted to have a conversation with her, which she simply sat there and listened and didn't respond to in any way. At the end of the day on Monday, which was within the immediate disclosure request time, I got 4 documents. One was a 5-page framework, which I will give them credit was responsive to my request. I got 2 non-responsive documents, which were PowerPoint presentations, which I had specifically told her that morning I was not interested in. I also got 1 non-responsive item, which was the procedure for requesting documents. So basically, that was it. And in addition, Ms. Blackman wrote on the request, this does not meet the criteria for immediate disclosure under the ordinance. Now, the 1 document she gave me that was responsive helped me identify 2 items called independently prepared audits. I made a separate immediate disclosure request on July 28th that was given to me on July 29th, and we're not here to discuss that at all. It has nothing to do with this because I asked for something, I got it, and I got it within the proper time frame. But then on Friday, July 29th, I got a response to the and that's a misprint there, 721 IDR. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading the long line. On Thursday, August 25th, I got a final response to the original IDR with a total of 6 electronic files, which when you printed it out was 13 pages. So bottom line is, I got no assistance in identifying documents. I had a person who told me, I'm not going to recognize this as an IDR, when they could have recognized it as an IDR, taken a 10-day extension, and given me the additional 13 pages at the end of the 10 days. But they simply made the decision to say, this is not an IDR, although they gave me no reason for it. They just gave the boilerplate, voluminous, yada, 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 and then waited another 3 weeks to give me 13 additional pages. And so I think that that was unreasonable. Now, the second sheet I passed out, excuse me for a second, I've just lost my copy. Was a copy of one of the documents, and it basically is a listing of an item that came from the Friends of the from the Library Commission. And I made it very clear to Ms. Blackman in my conversation that I expected audited documents. And if you look on there, I'd just like to finish very quickly. There is an item on there that says City Librarian Discretionary Funds, and it was $65,000. There were no items showing how that item was received. And all of the documents I was given were monies that were supposedly given by the Friends of the Library, but absolutely nothing to show that the library received any of that money, and when they received it, what they did with it. So I know there were documents withheld, and the whole process was handled in a very inappropriate way.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of complainant? Seeing none, the respondent will have 5 minutes.
Good evening, task force members. I'm Sue Blackman, Library Commission Secretary and Custodian of Records for the library. I'd like you to refer to our letter dated November 18th, 2011 for the library's response. The library does believe it has fully complied with Administrative Code Section 67.21 in assisting Mr. Hartz to identify records and information that are responsive to his request or purpose of his request, and have provided him with all documents responsive to his request in the library's possession. We believe this complaint should be dismissed. Mr. Hart states that this is a new case with new facts and as such should not be dismissed. However, your own Deputy City Attorney has stated it is entirely unclear from the allegations what these new facts are, as none appear to have been alleged. We appreciate the task force action at the August 23rd meeting regarding this IDR where you actually did not take an action and such dismissed the case, and request that the task force dismiss this new complaint.
Is there any to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. Vice Chair Wolf?
Yeah, I'm a little perplexed by the our legal counsel's statements. I actually was not here for the August 23rd case, so I'm not familiar with that. So I'm just going to, I look at cases on a case-by-case basis unless it is exactly one and the same. Mr. Hartz, can you, there's a quote in here that says this is a new case with new facts and as such should not be dismissed. Can you, just my own edification, can you explain?
Yes, at the time of the original complaint, I filed it after the receipt of the first response and the statement that they weren't going to recognize it as an IDR, and and I was waiting on the further provision of documents. And basically, it was because I sensed at that time they were not going to help me identify documents. They were not going to do anything but choose documents that they wanted to give me and give me those documents. And I think the task force decided at that time that, well, technically they haven't actually violated it yet. But now they have. And that's completely different.
Ms. Blackman? Can you give me some idea of what your litmus is for whether a request is an IDR or not?
Well, it was actually in his IDR, he said this was a public records request for 7 days. But because he said it was an IDR, we agreed with that and said we need an extension of 14 days because we have a lot of documents. A lot of different staff people deal with the Friends issues, so it wasn't something I could go to one person and get different documents. I had to do some investigation within our office to find out what we had.
But you had just said in your previous testimony that you didn't feel that this was an IDR, that you declared it not to be.
Right. And
so
we could have just gone with the 10 days, but because he had made it an IDR, we responded to his IDR and asked for the extension.
You took advantage of it being
Probably.
noted as IDR to take the 14 days?
Maybe. I mean, it was a few days later. I mean, we got all this information to him as quickly as possible.
Well, I want to get back to the idea of what litmus or what conditions do you feel makes or breaks an IDR?
Well, going back to that time, it was based on our city attorney's recommendation that that was not an IDR.
Just to clarify that, during August 23rd, we had a discussion where the city attorney had told the Library Commission had said that they were declaring it not an IDR, but we made the statement to Ms. Blackman that's you can't say something is not an IDR, and she said that her city attorney had also provided the same advice. So that's kind of been
okay, I understand.
Just so you know.
I understand. So what I'm asking for is some qualifications. So, for instance, if you provided a person with a document that was redacted and they complained that it was improperly redacted, you would have to come before us and cite paragraph and section why you would be allowed to do that redaction. So if we replace redaction with IDR, is there some section of law that provides you with that you know of, or whoever was advising you, if they provided you with some sort of? I'm just curious, right, because I've never, ever heard I don't know, I've been on this body since 2005. I've never, ever heard of such a thing.
I don't have that citation. We did have it in the original response, but since this was a new case, I thought that had been dealt with at the August 23rd hearing. It's the same IDR. It's the same issue.
Okay, yeah, but the classification of an IDR is not for the respondent to determine whether it is or it isn't. It's upon the complainant. If the complainant needs the information, let's say for a court case the next day, that's the purpose of the IDR,
Right.
is to cause haste.
And we did respond the next day.
I know, but I'm not.
with
I'm not
information.
asking about if you responded or not. I'm asking about. I'm trying to ascertain, and maybe this is already was dealt with in the previous meeting, but I'm trying to ascertain under what conditions can you determine something to be an IDR or not?
It was at the advice of the city attorney.
City attorney. And who's your city attorney?
Alicia Cabrera.
Alicia
Cabrera.
Cabrera.
And unfortunately, I don't have that letter that was sent
Okay, thank you.
responding.
But the city attorney did inform you that you are invoking an extension, right?
Right.
Not, yeah.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit confused about are you saying that there are documents that were not, Mr. Hartz, I'm sorry to, I'm a little bit confused about the complaint because of our DC83 instructional memo. Are you saying that there were documents that you did not receive yet?
Yes. Basically, what I'm saying is that I asked initially for assistance in identifying documents to assist me in forming my request. I was not provided that. She simply picked the documents by whatever method. You can ask her how she picked them, sent them to me and say, here are the documents. And I looked at those documents, and as a result, the one page that I handed you, there must be other documents showing where this money went. It says that they gave the city librarian $63,000 for use at his discretion. And there's nothing in the documents they gave me to show what he used that for. In fact, if you look at these documents, what they gave me was only what the friends say they gave the library. There is absolutely nothing that shows the library received the money, and if they did, what they did with it. And I told her very clearly in our conversation that Monday morning that I wanted audited figures that the city librarian was required to provide to the city comptroller, to the board of supervisors, to the mayor's office, and that was the type of document I was looking for, not PowerPoint presentations from the Friends of the Library, which basically just tell numbers that they want to be seen and don't address other questions. I wanted to see the audited documents to show the money that was received or the money they said was given was actually received by the library and how that was expended. And that was why I made the request to Mr. Herrera and why I stipulated that I wanted it to go to him because he would have access to documents that Ms. Blackman, as Secretary of the Library Commission, would not.
Okay. So it's my recollection that the 11055 case, we didn't find a violation. We made no finding because it was specifically regarding the failure to assist the requester, and we didn't find sufficient grounds that we thought that it wasn't quite that she didn't fail to assist the requester. But now you're saying that there are additional documents. Is the library's position that there are no additional documents?
We have provided Mr. Hartz with all documents that the library is in possession of related to the issue that he requested. So there are no additional documents.
And then, Mr. Hartz, I just have one more question. You handed us these two pieces of paper that you gave us tonight, and one of them is the graph, the grid that says Friends Grant funding requests. Are you saying that you're seeking documents that are related to the monetary?
If you read the very last bottom of my request, it says, I want to see documents which show the monies that were provided by the Friends to the library and the receipt of either money or material in kind that the library actually received. In other words, it's all well and good for the Friends of the Library to say we gave this money, but if you haven't got anything to match it up to say the library actually got the money, I don't know what she's saying. They gave Mr. Herrera a bag with $61,000 in it.
So what you are seeking is the other end of where this money went.
Yes, and I made that very clear to her. In fact, I have done that twice at Library Commission meetings in front of the full Library Commission, saying I want to see the documents that show that the Friends of the Library, who raise $4 to $5 million a year, actually turn this money over to the library, and when the library gets it, how they account for it and spend it. And I made her very clear that I wanted audited figures related to the reports they give to the Board of Supervisors, to the Comptroller's Office, and whatever. I don't think they gave a bag of $61,000 cash.
And then could you just briefly, you have a list on the first page of documents supplied pursuant to the document request, 1 through 15.
Right.
Can you just briefly describe what it is that you think would exist that was not contained in these?
These are all documents of the Friends of the Library saying we gave them this money.
This is not...
None of these figures are audited. None of these figures are verified by anybody. This is simply their word, and it gives nothing at all in any of the information about what my second request is, something to show that the library actually got the money and actually put that to the use at the library, and it was accounted for.
All of these are Friends documents.
That's correct.
None of them are the library's accounting of the money.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's why I sent it to Luis Herrera.
Okay. And then, Ms. Blackman, are you saying that the library has no documents related to how the money was allocated or received?
These are library documents. They are all the documents that the library has related to the money that goes directly to the library from the Friends. Now, when he's talking about the $4 million, they expend a lot of money on furniture and fixtures and equipment for the branch libraries, but they expend that directly. It does not go through the library. They expend that directly. I do not have those records. Those records are available through the Friends. What we have is the money that is directly given from the Friends to the library for programs and those kinds of things, which are all the check voucher registers and the grant requests that we have.
But Jay has...
Member Costa?
What about things like the city librarian's discretionary fund? Do you have documents showing how that was expended?
No, I have the money that we got from the Friends for that expenditure. I did not get how that money was, how the city librarian expended.
So that would be spent though by the library or the librarian?
Correct.
But there are no library documents about how that's being spent?
Not that were given to me, not that I know of.
Who has them?
Well, I don't know that there are any documents.
Oh.
I was told that this was everything that we had, documentation relating to money received from the Friends by the library.
One quick question, is there some kind of a policy for the library to collect receipts or anything like that based on this money, or is that something that you handle?
That is not something that I handle. I mean, our accounting people handle it, but this is the total amounts given from the Friends. I don't know how it's broken down once. I mean, it goes to certain programs and then they spend the money. I don't know that there's an accounting more than that.
Okay,
than that
Vice
we
Chair
receive
Wolf?
the money for. It goes into a pot that's spent on programs. So it's additional funding for different programs.
Okay. This document that Mr. Hartz handed out, is this your document?
Yes.
Okay. So it says Friends Grant funding requests.
Right.
is that the Friends requesting funding?
No.
Or is that you requesting funding?
The
from
library
Friends?
puts in grant requests to the library or to the Friends every year for programs, various programs that we would like to have the Friends help us
Okay.
fund.
So these are gifts.
These are gifts.
Who approves the gifts? It's a requirement under law that the city
We
must
report
approve.
the gifts. They
Who-
are reported.
Who approves
In-
them?
They are reported in our budget. There's
Who-
a budget line, and the Board of Supervisors approves it.
They approve all the gifts all at once at budget time?
Yes.
They don't approve them as they come
No.
in?
There is a budget line for the amount the Friends give us, in our budget, and the Board of Supervisors approves that.
And you have no accounting on your end of what you've received. How do you calculate that line item when you have to report to the controller?
By the amount that they've given over the past year.
Yeah, but where do you do the bookkeeping for this? Where are the books for
Well,
this?
they're in the check requests and the grant requests.
Well, the request is one
and
thing.
the check vouchers
Well-
that we receive from the Friends. So we have the amounts that were given from the Friends that go into programming. They're not necessarily specifically $10 for this program or $10,000 for this program. They go into programming for the children and youth services, and they use that for different programs.
But the
during
money
year.
has to go it goes through the city's budgeting process.
Right, it's a
and
line
appropriation.
item. It's a line item in our budget.
I understand that, but somebody has to keep track of it. You have to know what your balance is at some point or another, right? How much you get in, how much goes out. Who does that work?
Well, it's various departments. I mean, the line item is the
But
amount
this is
that
the
they give
information
us.
that Mr. Hartz
Okay,
is asking
I
for.
do not.
I mean, you can't say that it just happens. Nothing just happens
have
in the
the
city.
check we provided him everything that we have
We're
from the
dealing with this with the Arts Commission right now.
Right.
All right, we're having this big explosion with the Arts Commission. Okay, are you telling me that this is so discretionary that there's no track record of how this money comes in or goes
It
out?
is discretionary. It's from the Friends. It's supplemental budget money that comes into the
But
library for these programs. And the grant requests are all there. You can look at the line items on the grant
And
requests to see what we've
I understand
requested
that.
money for.
But what you come on. I do bookkeeping for my own department that I have a large budget for. I know when I make a request, here's my list of requests. I have to have another set of books to reconcile that. Okay? Let's not kid around here, okay? You got to know whatever money comes in, money goes out, you got to have a record of that. It's got to be reported to the city. Where are those documents?
I can look into that and see if we have those documents. We were responding to the exact request that he put in his IDR, which is he wanted money that came from the Friends to the library, an accounting of money that came from the Friends to
Are the documents available? If you're not going to provide me, if you're not going to give me a salient answer about that, then I'm going to put in a request to the controller to do an investigation on it.
He requested, let me tell you what he requested. We can go on and see if there's additional items, but he requested enough information to ascertain the exact value, either in case or in kind, of all monies or materials actually received by the library during the 2 fiscal years indicated, and we have provided him with that. That is exactly what we have provided him with.
It says
Now,
receipts.
if he wants to go in depth into each individual one of these, I'm going to need a request. I mean, we provided him with what he asked
But he asked for receipts. These are not receipts. These are requests. This is before you get the money, not after.
And we have the check voucher registers, which we provided.
The check
And
voucher
our
register.
balancing on the traditionally funded grant. I mean, we have all the grants and the fund balances. We did not go, I will say we did not go into detail on each individual line item for each $25,000 and how much was spent on that, because our understanding was he was not requesting that. He was requesting the amount of money received by the Friends, by the library from the Friends.
Right. So the question is here's the request.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have, are you saying that the check voucher registers is what you eventually got from the Friends?
Is what we gave him. When we get the check vouchers, that's our showing that we have received the money from the Friends.
Okay.
And it goes to these various grant funding requests.
Okay, very good. Mr. Hartz. Let's go through what you received and what you're tracking here, okay?
Right.
Okay, so we have what they requested from the Friends.
Right.
This is their ask.
Correct.
Okay? She's saying that your documents number 3 and 4, okay, the check voucher register, that is their accounting of what they received. Did you?
Those are simply more Friends documents saying we wrote these checks. Doesn't say what they're for, doesn't say who they went to, doesn't say what was done with it, doesn't say how it was accounted by the city. You know, fine, you buy 500 chairs for the library. City has to accept those chairs, they have to put them in inventory, they have to be accounted for by the comptroller or whoever keeps track of furnishings. But there's nothing there to show that any of this money was actually received by the library and how it was expended by the library.
Okay.
And that's what I was asking for.
And items 1 and 2? I mean, we don't have these items. But items 1 and 2, F and F, I don't know what F and F is. F and F audited financial report?
Yeah.
Friends of
This is your document.
The Friends and Foundation of the San Francisco Public Library. That was the
Okay.
one I made a separate request for, which is they are required under their framework to have an audited statement of their finances that they give to the library each year.
So that is a Friends document.
That is a Friends document.
Okay. How many of these documents that you received are library documents?
None.
Okay.
They are all, and I think, to be honest with you, I think that's what we're going at here. I gave this to Mr. Herrera, and I've indicated that in my submissions that basically I gave it to him because he would have access to all of the records related not only to what the Friends say they gave, but what the library actually received, put on the books in the form of cash, in the form of material, and they have to account for that. And I told Ms. Blackman very clearly, I didn't want the Friends PowerPoint presentation saying we gave this much money because those things never make any sense. What I wanted to see was the actual receipt by the library of these funds, how much they got in money, how much they got in material, and how they accounted for that. So I could see, they say, I mean, you got a grant paper there. It says, well, we asked for this much. There's nothing there to show what they actually gave them.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Hartz, did you have occasion to, because I can see where the original request, it has a little bit of language in there that, might be interpreted. I'm not saying that you meant it that way, but it might be interpreted specifically the amounts raised by the Friends and then the figures related should, contain enough information, the exact value either in cash or in kind of all monies or materials. Now, did you have occasion to clarify that you wanted the receipts?
And again, that's the first part of my complaint. I attempted that Monday morning to have a conversation saying I need help identifying documents that show what was received by the library from the Friends, not just what the Friends said they gave, but what the library actually received and how that was accounted for. And I made it very clear to her I wanted audited documents that the city librarian is required as part of his job to sign, verifying to the city that certain monies and certain materials were received and that they were added into the budget and they were dispersed. And what we're seeing here, and that's why I picked this one particular case, Mr. Herrera, each of the 2 years I got information for, got a $30,000 payment labeled discretionary. And there is absolutely nothing in what I was provided that shows how he used that money. And basically, that's what I want to see is, yes, it's all well and good for the Friends to say, well, we gave all this money, but if it never showed up at the other end, what difference does it make? They can say, I gave $5 million, $10 million. My question is, what actually got to the library?
Thank you. And Ms. Blackman, does the Friends of the Library request do you know if the Friends of the Library requests that the library provide information on how its money is
No.
is
Once
spent?
the grants are issued, the library handles those grants. And
Are the grants raised from fundraisers?
Yes. I will say again, though, that the Friends expend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars on furniture, fixtures, and equipment on the library's behalf it never goes through the library. It's expended directly on the branch library improvement program. So when they say they've given the library $4 million, that does not necessarily come through the library. It's expended by the Friends. So they have those records. We are working with them right now because we've heard this discussion many times to try to coincide. We're working with their CFO to make sure that all those expenditures that they have made independently are on our website, as well as the money they have directly given to the library, so that it is open and clear.
Is there, now that it appears to be very clear that Mr. Hartz is requesting an accounting for how it's spent, it seems that there's some of that you yourself are not certain exists or not, that you might have to check with an accounting department.
I'm going to have to go back to our financial office and see exactly what we have for the amounts that we, have been listed on, similar to this document that he presented today.
Okay.
So,
and then I'm just curious as we move forward, Mr. Hartz. I know this has been going on for some time, but out of consideration of whatever the task force decides, if they were to decide to continue this, in order to see what documents are provided to you, is that in any way acceptable to you? I know it's been going on for some time.
At this point, they have made very clear that they are going to give me what they want to give me. And they are not going to help me identify documents. Believe me, I do not want to ask for anything that I'm not interested in seeing. I wanted assistance in identifying documents, as the ordinance says, so I could say I would like to see that and that and that. It minimizes their effort, it minimizes my effort, and it basically gives me the information I want. And so at this point, I think they have pretty clearly, in fact, that's why I filed the 11055 case, was because at that point I knew they were not going to provide me with anything except what they chose to provide me. And it's like a treasure hunt.
You could just go back briefly to the 11055 case. One of the things that Ms. Blackman is saying is that she doesn't necessarily, assisting the requester in identifying documents, it's important, but if the library is made up of multiple departments, you may be asking her to go to multiple departments and pull out things that it may not be as easy as if she were the one that
This is not a request to her, it was a request to the city librarian.
But the assistance, to me, the requirement to assist the requester can be a referral to, say, Mr. Herrera was unaware and you wanted this list. He may refer you to the accounting department, and then the accounting department would be the one that provided you with that information. It's not, I think that taking a department head and requiring that department head to ask every department for a list of all the documents is a massive fishing expedition for one person. But I think that it's important to note that those departments should have a list of the documents so that they could go and reach out. But I don't think the referral section was ever intended for one person to, it depends on the size. Some departments can do it because they're not very big.
I would just say that Mr. Hartz has iterated here and also in his documents that he was requesting help.
Right.
And so whether it's one person who then, directs him to other people, that's kind of what he was looking for, because he knew that he probably would have to be on a fishing expedition himself. So I don't think there's...
So you feel that they didn't provide you with even people to see or to contact?
Yes. At the last Library Commission meeting, I got up and said, Mr. Herrera, I was looking for specific documents. They were not provided. There was no assistance provided. And if you ask Ms. Blackman, all she did was pick documents and send them to me. That's it.
As opposed to providing you with contacts of who might be able to give you a list.
No list of anything, no contacts, nobody to get in touch with, no referrals, no nothing.
Okay. Member Cawthon?
Mr. Hartz, one way that I advise people to, when they're looking for things like you're looking to make a request for, decide what it is you want in your own head, then say any documents that show, and then fill in X, Y, Z. And
that was why I included the one example of the thing, because the first document gave me a framework. It was 1 out of 4 documents, and it identified in there audited figures that the Friends of the Library were required to provide to the city librarian each year. When I had that information, I made the specific request, and as I said, I asked I asked for it, I got it, and that's not part of this complaint. Right. And what I'm talking about is I have no way of identifying the documents because there's nothing showing anywhere on their website or anywhere else what they would have.
Exactly, but
that I could request.
But you know what you want. So therefore, if you ask for any document and then fill in what it is you want, you might be in a better position to get it. Because they know what you're talking about.
And had she said, let's sit down, I'll tell you the kind of documents we have, and I'll let you make the request, I would have been more than willing to do that. That's why I called her that Monday morning. I said, I was surprised you haven't contacted me because I don't know how you're going to respond to this request without having any sort of a discussion with me.
Well, maybe if you now have a discussion with her and tell her specifically what it is you want, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then you see if she can find it for you. And if you say any document, so that would mean if the material you want is written down, she has to give it to you.
And if I had any real belief that she was acting in good faith, I would be willing to do that, but she has not. And I think this was specifically sent by Mr. Herrera to her to specifically limit the amount of documents that she would have access to, which she has admitted, I don't have access to everything, so that she could provide me with a limited amount of information and not provide me with other things they did not want me to have.
Well, I would try it. And my own experience, I make a lot of requests of the library. And my own experience is if I really specify what it is they want, they get it to me.
August, September, October, November, December. It's been 5 months for an IDR.
Yeah, but were you specific in what it was you wanted? You just wanted to get documents that might lead you to that. So it might be helpful to be to ask for any documents to specify.
And had
what
she given me any sort of help in identifying the documents, I would have done exactly that.
Well, maybe she didn't know what you wanted.
And she made no effort to find out.
Well, I'm just suggesting a way to work on this.
Okay, so at this time, the respondent will have 3 minutes for rebuttal and then the complainant.
I just want to say that we provided all the documents that we thought were responsive to this request. We did not select and choose or whatever Mr. Hart says we did. I went to the individual department heads and the city librarian and asked for any documents that was responsive. We provided this to him, all this information. He did not come back and say, please provide more, do you have more information on this. we provided what we thought was responsive to his request. Now, if he's asking for additional information on these numbers, more detailed information, I can go back and get that. It's going to take some time. It's a lot of numbers, a lot of different amounts, a lot of different programs throughout the entire library. But we can certainly work with him to see if there's more information.
Thank you. Complainant will have 3 minutes.
I'm going to read from an email exchange from myself to Ms. Blackman dated July 26th, the day after the immediate disclosure request got the first response. Ms. Blackman, the document attached are non-responsive to my request. The PowerPoint documents cover periods prior to and subsequent to the time frame in the request. The remaining documents have absolutely nothing to do with the specific information requested. As I stated in our telephone conversation on Monday, July 25th, 2011, the request was for assistance in identifying documents and was directed to Luis Herrera, the city librarian. Your response is disingenuous at best, as you seem to be unwilling to work with me to identify documents for the purpose of enabling me to frame a specific request for documents, for copies of specific documents. You have invoked the 14-day extension without any basis for determining the additional time to be justified. With your assistance, I may very well have been able to request specific documents readily available. You simply decided not to assist me, which would limit the research and perhaps even making your response possible by providing documents which have already been sent to the mayor's office, budget and finance, and or the comptroller's office. I was also very clear, I believe, that I did not want unaudited documents used simply for show and tell. The information I want needs to consist of audited figures provided by the city librarian to other city agencies and departments. These would be public figures, public records, which Mr. Herrera has a legal obligation to produce in carrying out his responsibilities for the financial oversight of the San Francisco Public Library. You are an intelligent person, Ms. Blackman, and I don't think for a minute that you truly believe your actions are in any way responsive. Either you are being evasive on your own initiative or are doing so at the direction of your direct supervisor, Mr. Herrera. As the IDR was specifically directed to Mr. Herrera, it makes no difference. He delegated the responsibility to you, and you have responded in a way that I believe clearly violates the Sunshine Ordinance. That will be up to the SOTF to determine if I am correct. So I was very clear when I received what I got that I was not happy with what I got, and there was no effort from that point on from her to do anything else except provide me some additional documents. She say, well, we didn't just pick them. I didn't select these documents. I had no choice but to take what she gave me. She was solely in control of that, and I do not honestly believe that she acted on her own initiative. One of the reasons I said to the Ethics Commission that this idea that you can only hold department heads and managerial employees responsible is only going to result in everybody who makes a public records request to go to that person to make the request, because they're the only one that can be held accountable.
Thank you. The matter is back with the task force.
Okay, I guess I'll go. Okay, I move to find in violation of Section 6721B and C, 6724F, oh, maybe not 24F, 6726 and 6727. 6721B and C are public records, just compliance after a request is made. And so is 6726. 6727 is there's no justification for withholding.
Second.
I just want to go on the record as saying that I would urge Mr. Herrera to make sure that his staff understands 6725C with regards to the IDR, that it's very clear in C that it is there is no responsibility on the part of the requester to explain why they are asking for an IDR.
Are you naming who is the motion?
The motion is against Mr. Herrera.
Okay.
And would be referred to CAC.
Member name?
Yeah, I'm curious to know why 67.27. I don't detect a denial of records. You know, I don't detect any claim that a certain record is exempt or anything like that. They're not turning away, you know, a request for a record. So I really don't see where 67.27 applies. They're not claiming that they're they're not withholding something and claiming without. I don't detect a withholding without explanation.
Okay.
Let me put it that way. So I would suggest, and I would, as second, I would withdraw 67.27 if the maker of the motion would.
Okay. Leaving 6721B and C and 6726.
Member Costa?
What about the immediacy of the response, which would be under 6725? The final response wasn't made until August 25th.
Well, it's true because it says it was an IDR originally.
Right.
6721B and C would be supportive of that. So I agree. What paragraph?
25. Well, it depends. Would you hang it on the
well, C only
extension?
just explains that the
B.
I mean, C only explains that the requester doesn't have to explain.
Mm-hmm.
Are you basing this on, because they invoked an extension that's allowable?
Sure, but that's only a 14-day extension, isn't that right?
So that's what I'm asking. Are you saying because it took another an additional 7 days?
Even after the extension, I believe if I'm reading the dates right,
No, is that correct, Mr. Hart?
Yes, they simply classified it as a regular request, took the full time for that, and then the extension for a regular request.
Thank you. And then the so 6721B. If it was an IDR and then with an extension, I'm not sure that would apply.
Well, it was clear that they weren't recognizing the IDR, but were willing to use the 14 days to get the extra few days.
But how is that related to B?
Well, it just supports the IDR. If they're going to claim that it's not an IDR, then 67. Then you just fall back to 6721. But it was an IDR. I mean, it's on the
right. It's
document.
Very clearly an IDR.
It's very clear. So,
but the B. Remember Cawthon?
We've had this before, and the claim that it's not an IDR because it's not simple is not contained in the description of an IDR. That language is contained at the very end of the IDR paragraph where it says using the more maximum time or using the extension shall not use an extension for a simple request. And they're construing that to mean that an IDR has to be a simple request.
So
So they're
Are you then-
invalid if they got that information from the city attorney. They got misinformation.
No,
Are-
but B is specific. It says if the voluminous nature of the information requested, its
That's not-
location, so on and so forth, then
That's
they can
not
ask for the
B.
extension.
That's
I'm looking at
6725B.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Oh,
6725.
25B.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
thought you
Yeah.
said 6720.
6725.
No, I did say
And it
6721.
I'm
does
talking about
not-
6721B. I don't understand how that applies in this case. That's all I'm.
If it
Because
makes a
you're saying
difference, we responded on August 4th within the 14-day extension. I don't know where he's coming up with that other date, but the date we provided him with all the further documents was August 4th.
Within the original 14 days. So 6721B says that when, it's for a standard request, that it's within the 10 days. So are you including that because they had decided it was a standard?
Well, it was her testimony that they were not considering it as an IDR.
So they should have responded within 10
They should have responded within 10 days then. So I'm just...
So does the 14-day extension only apply to an IDR?
IDR. It only applies to IDR.
Okay, I understand. I understand what you're
So
saying.
you want to have it both ways? I'm going to give it to you.
I
always.
understand.
That's how.
I think, can I add something? They treated it, I think they treated it as an IDR. I mean, they responded the next day, which is what the IDR requires, and they said, we're going to take a 14-day extension. I think that's valid. I mean, they may have internally said this isn't really an IDR, but they acted as if it were an IDR, and they behaved appropriately as if it were an IDR. I think it's not fair to find them in violation of the time frame on the IDR. I also think it's not fair to hold them accountable for 6721B because they did treat it as an IDR. The only thing, honestly, the only thing I see is assisting the requester, which is 6721C, and I am.
But he didn't receive all the documents that he wanted.
Well, I mean,
they didn't assist, and they didn't assist him. I mean, that's the almost compulsory of 6721.
But they did, so they produced an initial round of documents, or initial slides, I think it was, and then they produced more documents later. And after that second production, they thought they were done. They thought he didn't come back and say, "I need more," or am I misreading the record?
He just read his entire.
But that was after that first response, right?
Right, and he didn't get anything after that.
Wasn't there a production after that first response?
Mr. Hartz?
They gave you the slides, which were the subject, I think it was slides. They were PowerPoint slides, which were the subject of the first hearing of this issue.
Which I again told her specific of that morning, I was not interested in any way.
And didn't they produce something after that though, or there were more documents produced after those slides?
August 25th.
Yeah, which she's contesting that date, but setting aside the date issue, there was an initial production. He said, no good, I need something more. They came back with more. I don't understand what they're expected to do other than that.
Well, but they still didn't provide him with the documents that
Did he tell them that after the second production? After the second round of documents?
Yes, send him another email.
So that second...
You want me to read that too?
Yeah, please. When was that sent?
Thursday, July 28th. Is that the one you're talking about?
I believe so, yes.
So it was a second IDR.
No, the July 28th was a separate IDR.
And that's not the subject of this complaint.
No. July, August 4th, August 16th, August 16th, August 25th.
I'm equally having just a little bit of a problem with the chronology of the documents and when you received them.
Forgive me, these are emails that I'm having to read backward.
But after he received.
Okay, I got an IDR response on August the 4th, which I responded to, and I said, in response to the email below, it's dated August 4th. In response to the email below, when can I come in tomorrow, August 25th, to examine the documents listed below? Before I request copies of any of the documents, I wish to examine them as allowed under the Sunshine Ordinance. Otherwise, would you please send me the documents through email response in electronic format? Because what they did is you sent me a thing saying...
It sounds like August 25th is a typo. Tomorrow would be August 5th. Tomorrow from August 4th is August 5th.
Well, then her response was August 25th. In response to your request sent yesterday, August 24th, please find the attached documents.
So it must be the 24th. What date did you...
It says August... This is her email to me. August 25th, 2011. Mr. Hartz, in response to your request sent yesterday, August 24th, please find the attached documents as outlined in our August 4th response.
Oh, I see. So they responded on August 4th, but your exchange was... When did you receive you made the request on Thursday, July 21st, and then at some point you received a PowerPoint presentation. Did you receive that on the 25th?
That was the following Monday, the 25th, July 25th.
And they
you said not enough, or this is insufficient. I'd like more.
Right, and she sent back saying, we're still researching, we're still looking, yada, yada, yada.
And then they got back to you.
Finally, on August 4th, she said, I'm writing in response to your immediate disclosure request of July 21st. On July 25th, we responded and provided you with several documents. You followed up with an immediate disclosure request, and that was the second one I said isn't part of this. And then she said, if you want to come in, I sent back an email saying I'd like to come in and inspect them so I can get what I want and not take everything. And then she sent me a thing on the 25th saying, in response to your email sent yesterday, August 24th, please find the attached documents. And that's where I get the August 25th date, because that's when I actually got them.
It sounds like the original IDR on July 21st, the response was late, and in that response, they invoked the 14-day extension.
Right.
And then that following response was on time.
Right.
So, because otherwise, an IDR filed on July 21st should have been responded to by the end of business day on July 22nd.
Library Commission meeting at 7 o'clock at night.
Can you speak into the microphone, Mr. Hartz? Can you let her respond to the
presented
Thursday?
the IDR at a Library Commission meeting at the end or in the middle of the Library Commission meeting. It was after 5 p.m.
Okay, so technically it was received by you
Friday.
on the 22nd.
Correct. And we responded on Monday.
And that's
25th.
okay. Okay. Thank you for that. So that sort of is substantive of Mr. Member Snyder's concern that they did treat it as an IDR. So, and at the hearing on this about, I don't know, that's up to you guys. So they responded within the time frame and invoked the 14-day extension, but they improperly did it by stating it wasn't an IDR. And Ms. Blackman several months ago stated that she was aware that that was not the correct classification, that they can't change an IDR.
But all I'm saying is that they treat it as an IDR.
Yes.
I mean, whether they, in their heads, called it an IDR or not, I think is irrelevant. They responded appropriately as they're required to under an IDR.
Question is did they provide them with documents by August 9th?
Yeah, and that's what I can't figure out. Did the letter that the library...
August 4th.
Yeah, the Library Commission, says August 4th, right?
And then again on August 25th.
On August 4th, we responded with a list of documents that we had available because he was asking for information about documents.
Yeah.
I did not send him the documents at that time. He then wrote back and requested the documents, or requested to see the documents, and I sent them to him the next day.
So he requested to see the documents on the 24th.
Correct.
So that was 20 days, yeah. And Mr. Hartz, did you respond after her email on her email of the documents on the 25th? Was there further correspondence after that?
Yes.
August 25th?
Right.
August 25th, she sent them to me. She sent them electronically.
Yeah.
That was what I requested initially.
Okay.
So she could have given me, and I'm not clear that I understand this. You're saying she treated it as an IDR, but she took from July 21st to August 25th to actually provide the final documents.
No, you asked for them on the 21st, really the 22nd. She responded the next business day with documents and assumed that those documents were sufficient, I think, is what she testified anyway.
And I told her they weren't in that email I read.
And then when you told her they weren't, that email was on what day?
The 25th. Oh, his.
Your email. That was August 24th?
They spoke on the phone on August 25th. That's when
July
he said
26th.
Oh. So you said I need more on July 26th.
Yes. I said, I think you know that there are more documents and this is not satisfactory. And she just replied, the response I sent you regarding your records request was in no means our full response, and I'm sorry you felt it was non-responsive. The documents I sent you were the ones that were readily accessible and that I thought might assist you in the understanding of the process. I'm more than willing to assist you, and in fact, we are continuing to research the request and will respond to you as soon as we have the information available. And it involves speaking to all these different staff members. But she's the Library Commission Secretary, and she had all of these documents.
So that correspondence was on July 26th. And then was there anything else from either of you until the 24th? Oh, right.
August 4th.
Right.
I got another one from her.
3 rounds of production. 1.
Oh, that was regarding the specific request.
Sorry.
July 29th, August the 4th.
So there were 3 rounds of that you sent documents. Mr. Hartz, you received 3 separate rounds of documents, right? On the 26th, the 4th, and the 24th. 26th of July, 4th of August, and the 24th of August.
I think that part of the problem is I at this point I don't know, because they have gone through such a Durham and Strang to avoid giving me anything except what they wanted to give me, and yet nobody yet has asked her, how did you select these documents? She said, well, we didn't just pick them, but that's exactly what she did. She just said, I'm going to pick this and this and this and send it to them and consider this satisfied.
I think by her, in the email that he read, by her admission that this satisfies the process is indicative of, we'll get you what we have readily, and then that at least we've CYA on the time frame.
But that seems more like 6721C. I don't really think B is applicable.
Okay. Well, I said. Well, I
We're talking about 6721,
yeah.
not the 25.
No, I know, but I had notated 21B and C.
Madam Chair, second accept withdrawal of 6721B from the motion.
Okay, so now we're approaching the end of time here. What is the motion? It's 6721
C and 6726.
Right.
And 6726 is the
withholding kept to a minimum.
Right.
Okay. Based on that, they didn't assist the requester to where the documents might be?
Fully, yes.
Well, that's under a different section, not assisting the requester. 67.26, because Mr. Hartz indicated that the documents provided him were not sufficient, that there was more that he wanted.
Okay. And I understand what you're saying, because it took 3 rounds to get what he wanted. So they're, so then I would offer a.
I still haven't gotten what I wanted.
Yeah, I was going to say I would offer a friendly amendment to include a request to reach out to the departments that might have whatever the accounting department might have the receipts.
For the task force to do so?
No, the library for Ms. Blackman to research and turn over whatever, whether it be information on who has those documents. So she's assisting him with who has the receipts.
That could be included in the order of determination.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you agree to that? Okay.
Yeah, because then it'll come before CAC.
Okay. Is there public comment?
Plenty of time.
Is there public comment on the motion?
Ms. Blackman is the foot soldier that the library pushes out to take the fire. When the chair suggested that Mr. Hart's approach, let's say, for example, the chief financial officer of the library, well, that's real nice in civics class, but you haven't seen what the library is sending as its procedures. Its procedures are a passel of illegalities and obstruction, including limits on when you can come in and look at documents, and a whole range of other problems. Ms. Blackman's supposed title as, quote, custodian of records is another way in which she is pushed forward precisely so that people do not get to talk to the person who is knowledgeable. The library has a specific policy, whether they acknowledge it or not. Everything has to come through Ms. Blackman, and all responses have to come through Ms. Blackman, like a 3-minute timer. She is the skinny part through which everything must flow. And it enhances the ability of the library to obscure, to delay, and to keep people in the dark, because does Ms. Blackman know if I ask specifics about the library's policy on ordering out-of-print books? No, of course not. Why should she? So she goes with my request and passes it on to somebody who does know, who then passes to her the information, and then she passes it to me, so that if I say, what does this mean? Her honest answer is, I don't know. And then we can start another round of that game in my grandmother's trunk and pass messages back and forth through multiple heads. So indeed, the city librarian, Mr. Hartz, asked for something quite simple. The request is for documents regarding the financial relationship of the San Francisco Public Library with the Friends. And if there's a lot of documents, then the city librarian should have asked his financial guy or whoever handles it, the grants person, lay it out, tell Mr. Hartz what we've got. 15,000 documents of this kind, 1 a year documents from the Friends laying out what grants they have granted and what they're going to fund this year. I've made such requests a long time ago. Typically it comes as a letter and they say, this is what we're going to grant, this is how much we're going to grant for that program, and so on, and they lay it out. Whatever it is, Mr. Hartz wanted to know, and Mr. Hartz had one hell of a time trying to find out, and even now says he doesn't know. And even if it was a difficult question to respond to, it's a simple question. What's the relationship with the Friends? And it's a reasonable question. And he wasn't asking for the documents immediately, but for info.
We're running out of time. I'm sorry. It's closed at 11.
Yes, good.
Well, we have to just finish this up. So is there additional public comment on the motion? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. Okay. Mr. Rustum, can you please?
Yes, Madam Chair. On the motion, Member Snyder?
No.
Snyder, no. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Cawthon?
I'm sorry. I don't know what the motion is.
6721C and 67.26.
I'll say no.
No, okay, thank you. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member West?
Aye.
West, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Madam Chair, we have 7 ayes and 2 noes. The motion passes.
Okay, and it'll be referred to compliance and amendments. I just want to make one statement, and that is that this isn't I don't think the motion is necessarily, as far as the task force, is necessarily a reflection or a criticism of Ms. Blackman, since we don't really deal with her the way you guys do. But I will say that one of the things the task force sees is anytime anybody asks for an accounting of money, all hell breaks loose in trying to get documents. So that leaves this situation, very. We got to take public comment. So don't pack up yet. It puts us in a situation where we don't find that there's no receipts, a persuasive statement. Can you read the next item so we can?
The next item, item 17, is public comment for items not on the agenda.
Is there any public comment on items not on the agenda?
I'll be real brief. I want to thank the task force for staying here so late, for having a special meeting, and for taking all of the time and all of the effort and asking all of the questions that you have done. And without going into much detail, though I'd be glad to lay it out for you, I don't know whether you have any idea how valuable that is. I don't know if you have any idea how much crap people have to take from officialdom when they just want to get some information, and how much of an antidote your good actions are to that. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I want to thank the task force for all of the efforts making. I know you're behind. I know you've done a lot of extra work. I especially want to congratulate express my appreciation to the chair and the vice chair, who I know have gone to immense amounts of effort outside the hearing to deal with these matters and get things caught up. I just would like to show you, if you haven't been aware of it all, this is a 143-page response from the Ethics Commission relating to their dealings with the 150-word statements. And if anybody can look me in the eye and say they don't really want to keep those 150-word statements out of the minutes, look at the time and the energy and the city resources that they used to do this. They want those statements out of the record. They do not want you to be able to challenge anything they do, and they certainly don't want a record in their minutes, which then later you can come back and say, I told you so. Just like when the civil grand jury said to the Ethics Commission, you've done nothing on Sunshine for all of the years you've been responsible for it. When they get something like that, it's hard to refute. And if people had been able to enter comments into their minutes and say, this is not right, but they do everything they can to keep it out so that later on you can't say you weren't told. And they can't play, oh, I didn't know that was somebody else.
Is that document available on Amazon?
Okay, Mr. Reston, will the record reflect that, and it's not that we lost a quorum, but that the City Hall was closing so that we don't be accused of losing a quorum? Is that, okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second.